Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just a crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced him.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Boys, how are we?
Hello, Matt. How are you?
I'm great. Couldn't be happier.
I have a question.
Good grief. The gimmick even comes with a cigar. Holy cow.
Incredible.
Did you not watch the show today at all? And do you watch any of my show ever?
I'm in
Great
the car.
question.
I'm in the car.
You're in the car starting at 10?
And then when no
He
offense,
drives slow.
no
He's
offense,
getting
but when I'm prepping, I don't usually watch or listen
You
to
don't
anything.
use me as inspiration?
No, and
Why'd
it's
you
not
chuckle
because
at that,
and it's
Nick?
not
What was
because
that chuckle for?
I just had to clear my
no,
throat.
it's not a you thing. It's I don't want to listen to our shows and then subliminally
That almost happened.
Subliminally come up with. I mean, if I want to know if I come up with a similar topic or a similar opinion to you guys, that it came organically and it's just a matter of coincidence.
Yeah.
Versus hearing it, and I don't like distractions when I.
I listen to
I'm
you
the
guys
same
in the
way.
radio, so I can't really choose what I'm listening to when you guys are on. But when I listen to Happer and Schaefer, I listen on YouTube, and I try not to listen to them when they're talking about Husker things.
Well,
Because of
I'm
that-
the exact opposite of both of you.
Because of that, I agree with John. I don't want other.
That's why you
opinions.
listen to a billion podcasts.
I listened to their show this morning. I listened to your show on the way in. Now, Matt also was like, check out this next segment I got coming up.
I
And I
didn't
was
say
like,
next.
No, you did. I'm going to read what you said. You said, as I open up my text, listen to this next segment.
Oh,
LMK, what you think. So I thought,
yeah.
awesome. He's got a good meaty topic. And so I just paused the YouTube because I was about to eat lunch. So I paused the YouTube and I was like, sweet, I'll listen on the way in. And Matt talked about softball and baseball and other baseball. And I said, wow, I don't know if Matt knows me very well. But then I saw that you had done a Matt Rule segment. I was like, I'm going to download this one. And thankfully that was the one that you wanted me to listen to.
What I was trying to communicate to Josh was, I know Josh, I didn't think Josh was listening to the show live. I thought you'd go back and listen to the podcast.
But you said listen to the next. Oh, so you meant the next
Next
podcast.
podcast segment. I
Ah.
thought you would just go, oh, what was the last podcast
Yeah,
segment?
you
would
idiot.
go
You
and
should
then-
have just known
No,
I should have read his
No.
mind.
No, I should have clarified it hindsightedly, if that's even a word.
In hindsight.
In hindsight, you should have
Hindsightedly.
I like that.
I should have done that.
I have a derby question for the room.
No,
horse
come
racing
on.
in general.
We got an email that said, please, no more Derby. Matt talked about it for 3 hours.
That's not
today.
true.
Fine.
That
Just-
is not true.
We can just do this question and then we can move on. Do you think the horses know they're racing against each other?
Of course they do.
How can you
Some
be
of them,
sure?
they're smarter than you think.
Now, I'm not saying horses are dumb, but do you think they know they're involved in a race?
Yes, they very much know they're involved.
Do you
in a
think
race.
they understand that there's stakes
Yes,
and
they
podium
do.
positions?
They literally have to.
Oh,
they
no.
have to race in
See?
order to be in
Sorry.
packs to understand what it's like to move through the packs. That's why the number 18 horse, Further Ado, he's a pretty big favorite. But people,
Freddie
Yeah,
Ado?
but they
people,
don't. They
people
don't know
are laying
that.
off of
Do
it
they
because
know that they're
yes,
racing?
they know that they're racing. They know that they're racing.
Or are they just running?
Are they running or are they racing? That's what's going to be going on in Lincoln on Sunday. Some people will be running. Some people
Why do you
will be
think they have
racing.
trainers? Why do you think they have trainers? They have trainers so they can learn that
How
they're
to
racing.
run.
No, that they're learning that they're racing and they can go through different circumstances while they're racing in a pack. There's literally a horse that is lowering in odds as we speak because he has not run in a pack enough. Because he doesn't know how to manage
Cubs?
being around a bunch of big,
Right.
other horses when he's racing
Wow.
at a high level.
Great number
He,
Cubs.
they know that they're racing.
Yeah.
There
I
are
get more
traits that you
distracted with the
bet
Cubs.
Fair.
in terms of this horse knows that he's racing.
doesn't
He doesn't
imply
give
that I
up.
don't
This
love my
horse is very
Jays.
fierce.
I
That's
just-
why I'm going to bet it.
Don't get as distracted.
What do you mean? Are they just running or racing?
John writes, Jesus Christ, Nick.
Well, you've had yourself the last 2 days. I mean,
Is,
you won a poop slide, and now you're asking if
Nope.
horses can race.
I'm off of the poop slide. I'm on to the trapdoor now. Keep up. And it's just
Sorry.
if they
I
knew,
can't
if they
believe
were
that was the
aware.
breakout video that Nick decided to do.
No, I did 2 of them. That was the other one.
Okay,
I'm like,
good.
I want this one too.
Because I was
But
going to say, we had some good discussions yesterday.
no, I did 2 of them.
Yeah, I know.
Then there'll be a third one tonight.
A third one from yesterday?
No, a third one for movie club. I do movie club on Fridays.
I know that, yeah. What's up, Matt?
Do we have to worry about before the race, Ralphie Cifaretto burning the stall of Pyomai?
Oh, great reference, John.
Thank you.
I have no
excellent.
idea what you're talking about.
That's a Sopranos reference.
Do you like my handkerchief?
I mean,
Look, you could call it a
Sure.
gimmick, and it's fine. Like, yeah, it's a gimmick, but at the
Sure.
same time, this is my life. You know, this is I love the Derby. This is
why do you love the Derby? I'm curious. I didn't think the horse racing was for the youngs. Why did you get into this?
For olds and the queen.
My grandfather
was a horse.
was a degenerate, and he would be I would be given to him for him to take care of me whilst my parents were younger.
Oh, so you got
And-
like an Uncle Buck thing going where he would take you to the track.
He would take me to the track, or
Nice.
there was an off track betting sports bar in Arlington Heights where the Bears are not going to play.
Allegedly.
He would take me to the off track betting spot,
Okay.
and he would
All
be
right.
like, "Hey, growing up,
Makes sense.
we didn't think very highly of kids who didn't know how to read a race form. You have to." So he taught me how to read a race form, and then I only grew
High
up
school stadium.
40 minutes away from the Arlington track. So we would go for family days, and we would go for
Home
all
of the
events.
Bears soon.
Yeah.
Hopefully, yeah.
Home of
So
the
we had
Bears.
like an Arlington racetrack like season pass.
Fight says,
Okay.
I'm a third generation degenerate.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I just never.
Growing up with the horses
but
is
here's
such a different culture.
I never got into
I'm
it.
the same.
So for me though, it's like I
would
did
watch, but I
did
never
grow
got
up
into
in a society though, unfortunately,
We live in a society.
where
We do be, though.
the horse tracks have deteriorated and diminished greatly, and they're not as much as a part of our society as they were.
Oh,
in the
not even
past.
close. Yeah.
And so it's like I never really have the outlet to on my own. By the time I turned 18, Arlington closed down, so I couldn't go there on my own. So the Derby is like the day where it's like socially acceptable for me to be like, all right, this is my time to show my chops
Have you?
and bet.
You're
But
reading.
it's a tough race.
You're reading the '90s by Klosterman. Have you read football? Did
No,
you okay?
I got to get back on I've taken like a week and a half break.
So this was less about that. Just wanted to confirm that you did. So Chuck Klosterman has a theory that our relation, because he kind of talked about why he thinks eventually we won't have a relationship with football anymore like we do currently. And his argument was very interesting because he used horse racing as an in. He said 100 years ago, everybody had a relationship with horses in terms of like they rode them to work or
Sure,
they
sure.
remember riding them as kids.
Sure.
Whereas now, if you ever ride a horse, like you are a very small sect of society. And he used that as an argument for football, where it's like,
They
my
won't remember
generation-
that they played football because of all the CTE.
no more that they won't have played football.
Oh.
I played football. I'm probably a part of one of the last generations where like I'm, a large number or the number it was played. And so when you get like generations removed, do you still like the thing that the only relationship you have with it
Sure.
is by watching it and never participating in it?
So
yeah, but
I found that quite interesting.
I think
I think that's a faulty premise.
well, I don't think
Because
it's, I don't think it's a
I think
faulty
there's
premise at all.
there's a lot of people who love watching sports that they never really played the sport.
But no, I know he's just using horse racing as like
Right.
why the popularity is
But-
falling off because
but can
we
I-
literally just have zero
Yeah,
relationship with
and
horses.
can I
he's
throw-
not saying that it's gonna completely disappear from the
Yeah.
zeitgeist, just that it's not gonna be as popular.
That's what
as
he's
it
saying.
is
He's like,
right
we
now.
are nearing the end of it
Can
having a stranglehold on American society.
Can I
Like,
throw
Mm.
a
I would disagree, but okay.
a hypothesis at you
younger people
that-
don't like it as much.
that basketball, the NBA, has taken a dip in popularity.
Sure.
And while the NBA has taken a dip in popularity, the AAU teams and all the travel basketball and all that type of stuff, right, that has conversely
Mhm.
gone up. And what is less and less common now than it was 20, 30 years ago, going to the park and playing basketball, right? And having like,
A traditional
and having
relationship with
having
sports.
just, hey, the basketball rim is there. Hey, let's go out and let's play outside and let's, go to these parks and let's play. That happens less and less and less in society. I think that to Klosterman's point, you could probably compare the two to the fact that you don't have that like casual, anytime you want, you can go out there and play basketball at a high level with people to now you have that financial barrier.
I would counter though that in place of that, you have video games.
Okay. So,
And-
but
and-
video
and-
games are
and-
rising in popularity because
They-
you can
they
just
are.
sit down
They
whenever
are.
you want.
Exactly. But the video games are now the gateway, have kind of taken the
That's
place
true.
of being on the playground. That's literally how my son became an NFL fan.
But okay, so you can say that they became an NFL fan. That way.
That's
That's
how
a decent argument. But I
That's
would,
how I learned
I
baseball
think
players.
though that the less and
NASCAR
less though
drivers.
that we have We got to have more people playing the game. We got to have more people playing the actual game of basketball, though.
Well,
You
I
know?
mean, folks,
Folks!
let's face it, the more the salaries go up, and especially now that we have NIL and college kids are becoming instant millionaires, I think, there's still the potential. I think there's still going to be a
But I
healthy
can argue
percentage.
to you, John, that the actual legitimate quality of boxing, like the actual quality of boxer, is very, very high right now. That there are some really great boxers and that there are some really, really great MMA fighters out there right now. But you can have great players and great fighters and great boxers. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have a ton of interest. Interest comes from more than just having a good product. Interest comes from having an emotional connection. And you're more likely to have an emotional connection if you play that sport, if you experience that sport. I'm concerned about the more and more barriers of entries in youth sports more than ever. Because hockey, part of the reason why hockey isn't as popular as what it should be, and you agree with this, I know you do, is that because it's way too expensive to play and it's way too big of a barrier of entry to play. And we are having more and more sports, baseball in particular, that is entering that barrier of entry because of the travel baseball and because of the cost rises and because of the equipment rises. What baseball is going through now, hockey has gone through forever.
Sure, but I think that can also be said, especially for those who are, and because it used to be, if you wanted to be a big time college athlete and have aspirations for being a pro, you just took up the sport, and you didn't have all these traveling teams and all this other stuff. That part of the expense has made the level of entry more difficult for that tier of athlete.
You're right.
Because now we've started, I'm not using the word grooming in a negative sense, like I'm an executive at
Can't wait to dive into that story.
Where's that place? I can't remember what place it was.
JP Morgan.
JP Morgan, yeah.
Bazookas, cannons.
Do you know the update on this?
No.
Okay, awesome. I can't wait.
But anyway, I don't disagree. Yeah, the point of entry is getting more and more expensive. But in terms of why things are popular, I mean, let's face it, popularity is now more broad and diverse than it's ever been before.
Sure.
I mean, when you made a number one record or a number one song, tens, if not hundreds of millions of people heard that song. And it was that pop. Now, popularity is, I mean, if you can get get a million people to hear that song.
Yeah.
And so
great point.
And now because of what's happened with television and the fact that, we don't have that, appointment TV anymore. Sports has become the appointment TV.
Well,
and that's why it's the highest rated thing on television.
To add to your point, social media in a way has become almost like the minor leagues of popularity. Where it's like you can become popular on Instagram first,
sure,
or you can become popular on Twitter first, or TikTok first, and then eventually we've seen people like make their way into the mainstream.
Yep.
I don't know. You guys could probably correct me. Was there anything like that before?
Never.
Were you like
never?
You work your way up through something, and all of a sudden you become an A-list person
in non-traditional means.
Yeah.
The closest thing would be, I mean, I was going to say, John, like a 15 minutes of fame situation, but even like Kelly Clarkson, but that was still on a TV.
But that was on a TV show.
Yeah.
There's never been the ability.
Because like, look at Logan Paul, right? You got a guy like Logan Paul who's very popular now. Like we all know who that guy is.
Nick loves him.
He's like a wrestling dude and everything like that.
Logan Paul, I love him.
He became a very like popular YouTuber, and no one knew who the hell he was for the first 7-8 years.
And then his brother went to a suicide forest and made fun of a culture.
They did other things after that to become popular.
But you're
right. I don't like them. I'm just using them as an example.
Well, I would say that YouTube is now the way to get famous, the most famous. YouTube is mainstream.
It's the easiest avenue.
I think Instagram is a rival to that.
I don't know. I think I'd agree. Instagram is a bit more prevalent.
YouTube has I saw something recently.
Twitch, Kick, the streaming things are really big for people.
Instagram is
the biggest.
Instagram, I don't think you have to do nearly as much work on YouTube to become famous. I don't think you have to put in.
Yeah, but I think it's
easier.
I think it's easier to be found on YouTube.
Because
more people use it.
Only if you game the algo, John.
Yeah, but it's still
YouTube
But
is-
the
I'll
fact that
say
you're
YouTube is very
you're
hard.
there, I mean, it gives you a chance. The fact that you're there,
Yeah,
So
but
YouTube, this is a story from 2025. YouTube has officially disrupted television because it had more viewership, like I think it was like minutes, than TV for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, YouTube has changed the but I think now, if you were like, I got to get popular now, how am I going to get popular right now? I think your best path would be to start on Instagram and then move to YouTube,
Start
and
with
then you move to, the next phase. Wouldn't you agree, Nick?
start with a dog account on Instagram, and then the second
Literally
you've
not a
lured
joke.
people in,
Literally not a joke.
turn
Like,
it into an influencer account.
seriously, day in my life, and then work out and get hot, and then everyone loves you.
Mm.
Look at that. So that was an educational conversation.
Look at that.
And it started because
So
Nick
I'm just
insisted upon talking about horse racing.
I'm just saying, some of
Right.
them wear blinders. Are they learning how to race, or are they
We
just
don't-
learning how to go fast in a pack? Do
Just
they
so
know
you know-
they're racing?
Ignore him, please. I believe in you.
I know you do.
I believe in you.
Great
I do.
mentor.
I do believe in you. I believe in Matt McMaster. I do want to ask you this for
believe-
tomorrow. Not
Oh.
about the race. This is not about the race.
Oh, okay.
What does your day look like, though?
The race.
No, I know, but the race is 2 minutes at 5 o'clock.
yeah, it's a 2-minute long deal.
So what do you do?
Yeah.
Take us through the Matt day.
Great question. I will wake up.
What time?
Grab a brush, put on a little makeup.
10 a.m.
I want to know.
What,
I want to know. I want to.
who cares when he's waking
Oh, that's a
up?
great question.
Well, I don't.
Let's just get to let's just get to how you're prepping for the race.
10 a.m. wake up.
which is important time.
Okay. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah.
Go on a walk. Lift some weights. Eat some food after.
Okay.
Take a shower.
So now we're probably at noon.
Get dressed. Head to the casino at 1:45.
That's what I wanted to know. How early were you arriving?
1:45 to the casino.
Mm-hmm.
The
I have
Prairie Flower Casino are great supporters.
head to the casino,
Yep.
and I have something set up there for me already through a friend.
Something set up.
This is a table. They just have me. In this
Okay.
spot. It was the same spot I had last year. Go there, get the updated racing forms. I already have my exacta and my
Is that the
winners and everything.
updated odds? Is that what you mean?
They have more of the track times and the workout times from that happened before.
Okay.
Look at the weather. There's not scheduled any rain at this point right now, but
that's nice.
what's the track condition?
I
is
hate
the
when
track
it rains for the
condition-
big horse races.
Is it sloppy?
Oh, I like
is it
the
fast?
slop.
Oh, well,
Um,
we know you do. What's for dinner coming up later on the show?
Stop.
So at
Hey,
around
Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
at around 3 o'clock, I'll be fully prepped for the
Totally
Derby.
buzzed? Will you
No,
be totally buzzed?
I'll be 2.5 beers in. I'll be into my third Coors Light at that point.
You're getting, you can't
Oh.
get totally buzzed off 3 Coors Lights.
No, got it.
Yeah.
So then at that point, I'll start looking at the other races of the Derby that lead up to that.
Just
If
looking
I
at other
have any
races,
spare
huh?
funds,
Haven't they started those yet?
so we'll be
Race
at
is a construct.
Mm.
we'll be at race 7, race 8, race 9, race 10.
You
know-
rank
11.
the races?
You know who
No.
else like
no,
to
no.
rank races?
Yeah, so
No,
who's
no,
number
no.
8? And
No,
if
no,
you're
no, no,
ranking
no,
races,
no, it's just the
John,
first
please.
race, the second race, the third race, the fourth race.
I thought you would appreciate that joke.
There's 14.
Oh,
you
I
guys
thought
would
you were being
appreciate my
serious.
my favorite race.
I know Matt's not ranking races. He'd
Well,
get fired for that.
My favorite race is Daytona.
Yeah. Well, whites. So whites are number 1 for Matt. All right. What's number 2?
The Singapore Grand Prix.
Interesting. All right. What's third?
That was stop it.
Yeah, Asian Joe. Ooh, what is my ranking then? There you go. Where would you
So-
put Joe?
Then around 3:15, 3 o'clock, I'll start looking do any of the horses and the other races do they pique my fancy? And if they do, I'll place a $10 or
There we go.
$20 bet on
What-
them to win.
What does a horse have to do to pique your fancy?
Calves need to be in good
what
shape.
were their speed ratings, the races before? How long has it been since they run last?
Also, the
Um,
kind of promo they cut with Mean Gene in the back.
True.
Mm.
If they brought any upgrades to the track, like
I mean,
Red Bull.
I will say, I will look at I will look-
What you gonna do when Who Doctor Who
Don't say-
runs wild on you?
don't say the N word.
Nice.
So bang
That
me.
never happened in a promo.
Anyway, I'll look at what were their practice times, right? The kind of the number is 11 seconds to a furlong, right? So if they practiced, 45 seconds to 4 furlongs, that's a pretty fast horse. Maybe not a bad bet depending on the odds. Sometimes you when they do the walk around, there will be people who will be like, "That's a good looking horse." Last time I saw a horse that good looking, it won. Let
Hey,
me bet it
that's a
again.
hot horse, dude.
They had a hot horse in Slovenia, and
What's
they
a
serve.
hot horse?
You look it up; it's a fast food chain. Hot
Oh,
horse.
okay.
No, look it up. They sold horse, hot horse in Slovenia.
So is this what happens to the losers?
I don't.
I'm
know.
terrified to Google hot horse.
It's the
You
thing that-
probably should be.
Oh, I'm
probably
getting
like-
horseradish.
It's probably like Googling blue waffle.
It's all just horseradish.
Don't do it, Matt.
Don't.
Yeah, I
Google
even
blue
know
waffle.
that was like a grade school. joke
Very
growing up.
bangable horse, says Matt. Writes Chance. I'd do that horse.
Wait, earlier Josh
Can you play
Odson.
that noise?
Which
You know the horse having sex.
Yeah,
horse
horse sex
sex. I
right
forgot
there.
about
Fourth
that.
one
Horse
down.
sex.
Yeah, we added that immediately to our board.
Mm-hmm.
fourth one down. Hello?
So will you guys
All right,
be?
never mind.
Will you guys be betting the Derby at all?
No.
I got things to do tomorrow.
Will you be watching the Derby?
If I remember.
If I remember, but the problem is,
Game 7's not till 6:30.
the
so I'll
problem
probably watch.
is, I'll look at the time and it'll say, 5:30. I don't, whatever. And then I'll turn it on and there's still 45 minutes of pre-race. And I'm like, no.
Here, okay.
I will admit the year after year, the Secretariat documentary does kind of annoy me. Like
Right,
it's all
Here
of
we
it.
go. All right, you ready? I'm giving you the actual race time. This is the post time. This is a very important Google search every year on the Friday before. 5:57 Central Time. That is post time. So if you turn it on at 5:50, you are gold. You only have to watch them walk to the start line or whatever the hell.
That's fine by me.
No, but
Thank
I
you.
like it when the guy who does what's his name again?
Randy Moss.
No, not that guy.
White Randy Moss.
No. The guy who 2016 election and all
Ray
the-
Charles.
No, the
Joe
guy.
Donald Trump.
No, he's
Aretha
always doing the
Franklin.
board, and he's like, Biden
Oh.
got these votes in Pennsylvania last year.
Oh,
Let's
they
see
use
how
that guy? They
let's-
use that
how's
guy for the
Kamala doing?
horses,
Well,
too?
here's the problem.
How the hell does
Kamala's
he know
getting
all this
30,000 less votes this year than she did
Another
last
bad
year.
impression. You're just yelling. Steve Kornacki.
I like Kornacki.
How does this guy know everything about horses too?
He just studies, I mean,
He does-
look, Matt
Does
knows
he,
about
or are they
horses now.
just continuing the
John,
Just
gimmick?
kidding.
He went to horse school, John.
Okay.
Yeah,
Keep
yeah.
up.
Kornacki goes, in Miami-Dade County right here, Obama got this amount of votes. Let's see how Hillary's doing. And then 2 months later, he's going, I love Golden Tempo. This is the type of horse.
Is there any hockey on tomorrow before the Derby?
I don't know what's
Wow.
going on. before
Game
the Derby
7
at all.
of the NBA is at night. Hockey tomorrow is at night. So, Rats, if you want to watch sports, you're just watching baseball, I guess, in the early part
That's
of the
beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh,
It's
there's
baseball.
golf. They're playing in Miami. PGA.
day. Won't watch that at all. I'm gonna kick my feet
It's a
up.
thing you could do.
I got to go to Lincoln to get my stuff for the marathon, and then I'll come home and then I'm gonna read. I'm reading Dune.
Lincoln does
Whoa!
Lincoln does a marathon.
Cleared the
They do.
scoreboard. Nice
Yeah.
job.
For
a
Sunday,
full marathon?
the full marathon. Yep.
Wow.
They also do a half marathon.
They also do. a
Well,
half
I
marathon.
know all about the halvesy.
This isn't the halvesy. The
Yeah.
halvesy is in
It's
November.
the Holsey.
Everybody, the half
Nice.
seas, the half seas is,
You're triggered by the Lincoln halvesy.
because I lived down there, and that was the day of reckoning where I couldn't drive anywhere, and I
Exactly.
couldn't park anywhere, and I
Hey,
couldn't do,
hey,
and I
Matt,
couldn't
We've
go.
got
anywhere.
we've got more open
Matt.
space in this state than a lot of
well,
other
and I
states,
lived-
and yet they gotta do it in the city and block all of our
And
traffic.
I lived in a
Go
Haymarket.
out and
I-
carve out 26 miles in a cornfield.
I lived in a
Well, that's the
Haymarket.
market to market.
I lived in the Haymarket,
Hey,
and
Matt.
it sucked.
Hey,
It
John.
sucked. That day was the worst
Have you
day
guys
ever.
thought that maybe don't live in a busy place?
No, have you thought this? You don't have to cry about everything. It's
Oh.
one day a year, you little baby. Have you
Oh.
thought about that?
It's a
part?
Saturday.
Have you thought about
Sunday.
maybe
It's a Sunday. It's a day off. It's
You're
my day off.
hungover. You're hungover. Why
I
do you
want
need to go?
exactly. I'm hungover. I want to get breakfast.
Go walk somewhere.
Yeah.
Get it door dashed.
I want to actually. That's a
Amen,
better.
Matt.
That's a better argument. You're hungover. Exactly. That is the day I go out into the city
I'm
to
sad.
eat something.
Oh, there's people in my way.
I know. I want to go to.
Yeah,
Lebanon.
a bunch of egotistical joggers out
Look-
there
look at
blocking
me.
traffic.
I'm in
It's
shape. I'm
it's
so
called a
great.
street for a reason because
we-
cars are supposed
We
to be
pay.
on it.
We pay to get into this race, so it actually supports the
Hey,
city of Lincoln.
Can I tell you
We're
right
supporting the local economy.
now? Hey,
well,
what
judging
time?
how much my taxes have gone up, you're not paying enough.
Ha!
What dime did you see from that? I didn't see one dime from that in the 4 years.
I
was
saw
there.
nothing.
All
But
the
I
road
also know
construction.
I also don't leave my house anyway. So.
There you go. Yeah. John doesn't go places. Now, you, I guess, understand. You're a young, spry boy.
Well-
There's no way in hell you're waking up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday in November.
Yeah,
I
but
know that because we would do podcasts on Sundays in November. And you wake up at 9 for our 9 o'clock podcast.
9:15 for a 9:30 podcast. Get
Yeah.
that correct.
Yeah. You'd roll in late.
There were sometimes I forgot my stuff in the car, and I would have to go out to the car.
Unreal.
There was one time I had to jump a fence in order to be on time
Wow.
for the podcast.
Unreal.
You Ferris Bueller the podcast?
I don't think jumping over the fence is just a Ferris Bueller thing, but yes.
Mm.
That's what
There's a
I
lot of
associate it
people who
with.
jumped.
No, I know, but I'm associating
Fences.
it with that end scene of Ferris Bueller.
Ferris Bueller's cool.
Ferris Bueller is cool.
You like it because it took place in Chicago?
No, I like because it's a good movie.
It is a good movie.
It's good.
I did like the fact that it took place in Chicago.
I watched that for the first time ever when I was sick. My dad was like, "You're sick. I have a movie that I think you would love," and he rented
wow.
it for me from Blockbuster, and I loved it. I was like, "Wow!" Shout out to my dad.
You were right, Dad.
Yeah,
My
he nailed
mom
it.
did that with Cheaper by the Dozen with Tim Martin
Tim Martin.
Tim Martin.
or
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin.
I thought he was. So I was like Tim Martin.
Sorry,
Like, did he combine Tim Allen and
I think I did
Steve
combine
Martin?
Tim Allen and
Yeah.
Steve Martin? Nice.
Steve Allen.
I used Steve Martin. I used to watch that all the time as a kid too. It was cool if you were a kid watching Cheaper by the Dozen because it was it was a really kids child star-studded kind of movie.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's Drake Bell.
But also it was Dick Butkus was like, the
He's a linebacker.
Steve Martin was the coach of Illinois at the time.
Wow.
And he was a big football guy and stuff like that. So they
Oh,
had
football guy.
they had a Dick Butkus reference and a Red Grange reference and everything like that.
I have
It was a
one
good
horse
sport
question
movie.
for you before you leave. And
Oh, no. This
a
could take us
quickie.
another
Hopefully a
20
quickie.
minutes.
I don't know. Let's see if Matt can answer it in like 30 seconds or less. Jake writes in, early dumb debate. Human race times have continued to get faster and faster over the last, let's say, 30 years. Everything from the 100-meter dash to marathons, a low sub 2-hour marathon last weekend in London. Why hasn't Secretariat's record in 1973 been close to being broken? I will say this, in terms of marathon times, a lot of it is because of shoe technology, because the technology allows you to train way more than you used to, and then it's way better on race day. Horse technology, I mean, it's
Horse technology.
horseshoe technology. It's still a horseshoe. He was just that good. He was him. Secretary was him.
Or maybe horses don't care
Or-
about breaking records because they don't know they're racing.
Great point.
30
Nick.
seconds. All right, here we go. Matt, wait 8 seconds so then we can start this at 2:23 on the dot.
Some would argue
4,
that
3,
the regulations
1,
Go.
Some would argue that the regulations of what horses are allowed to do now, in terms of keeping them healthy, are a lot different now compared to what they used to do then. You used to do a lot more things with horses then that we didn't necessarily regulate.
Oh, okay. Steroids.
I think it's NIL. I think
that
once the
are
horses
soft,
started
that
getting
you
NIL,
can't really do
they
now.
started just
I'm not
like, eh.
accusing any sort of horse or any specific horse of doing it. I'm just pointing out the regulations are different now than what they used to be.
got it done in 30 seconds, and even John and I talked. Good job.
Nice.
Bestiality says Mustache Shadow.
Hey.
Is that why?
I can be
They're in love with humans?
I can be efficient when I'm told to.
Wow. Look at
And there you go. There's your
crossover.
crossover. We apologize if it was too horsey.
You know,
for
it started slow, but I think that got pretty good in there. Good job by us
Good job by me.
and by Matt. Matt,
Thank you.
it's your favorite day of the year tomorrow. I hope that you love it. I can't believe that this is your favorite day.
I love the Derby. I told you when we did our point
know.
things, how do we distribute the points? I go, my last 3 points. pick
What
the
are
Derby
like
winner.
the bears of horse racing?
I don't even know. I couldn't even tell. I think there's probably a trainer out there that won one a long time ago.
and
that-
just is living off of it ever
that,
since.
Yeah, that hasn't won one in a while.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. We will be back and start a Friday, One Beer Friday, Grum on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I think we'll have an interesting conversation today on the Grum.
Are we going to do the thing we were just doing off air about rhyming names?
No, but that also would be an interesting conversation. Topic alert.
Topic alert.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Today is the 15th anniversary of the death of Osama, and we were talking off the
Wait,
air.
it is?
I believe it is.
That makes sense why that tweet happened. I
Yeah.
guess.
Oh, it does. Okay, that
Yeah.
would make sense. Good call.
And
Wow.
and then I made the quip, isn't it interesting that Obama was the president that killed Osama? And so now we've come up with this idea where if we start society all over again, all protagonists and antagonists have to have rhyming last names.
So I said it's too bad there wasn't a terrorist named Whoosh when President Bush was in charge, because he would have taken him out.
But General Bette Midler would have been great to take out Hitler.
That's definitely true. It could have happened.
Designated Hitler.
So that's gonna-
Designated
yeah,
Midler.
That's
Yeah.
what we like. We like it
See,
when the under hits.
I've been trying to how would we do Washington? It's not really a rhymable name.
I mean, yeah, it'd probably just be another letter instead of a W.
Like Doshington.
Yeah, is there
Poshington.
another
Well,
name
his-
that goes Oshington?
One of his, I mean, maybe we could do it the other way. And General Cornwallis was one of the chief British generals at the end of this Revolutionary War. Maybe, the American counterpart could be Born-Hollis.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like what. Oh wait, never mind. That's different than what Nick did, because Nick was trying to figure out if President Lincoln was assassinated by by Omaha,
Uh-huh.
John Wilkes Omaha.
Yeah, no, that.
Yeah, but again, it has to rhyme a little.
Yeah,
bit.
we like it when things rhyme.
Is there a word that rhymes with Washington? I don't think there is.
Wash, dosh, kosh.
No, but
losh.
Washington.
Yeah, I know.
George, unless it was George. Could you rhyme with George? Oh, that guy Gorge. Gorge took out George.
Gorge is just
Listen,
George,
we
but
gotta-
it's a GIF
we just gotta-
situation.
we just
kinda
gotta figure these things out. That's all we got.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Forge.
Forge.
Forge took out George. Tough look. And Forge is spelled differently. George is
true.
spelled George.
Valley Forge?
How did that happen? You ever think about that? I think about stuff like that all the time. How did they figure out cookies? And how much trial and error were there with cookies?
Well, quite a bit.
There had to
You'll
be,
have to
right?
ask Mr. Tollhouse.
Too much
or Mrs.
salt?
Tollhouse.
Too much sugar.
Or Ms. Tollhouse.
And how many times? Now let's get morbid for a second. How do you figure out that dogs can't eat grapes?
What?
Dogs can't eat grapes.
You're not supposed to give dogs
They'll
grapes.
die. How do you figure out that dogs can't eat chocolate?
Mhm.
They had to eat the chocolate. Not great. Anyway, there you go.
Yeah.
Welcome to a Friday Grum.
It's trial and error.
We haven't
kids.
started drinking yet, I promise.
No, we haven't, but
That
it
was
is
the
a
midday show.
It is a one beer Friday.
I'm not drinking today, and you're not going to bully me. I have my race in 2 days.
John and I will have that great Victoria
Yep.
beer that
You're darn right.
Pedro dropped off
That's
last
right. Thank you, Pedro.
Plus, listener John gave us that beer a couple weeks ago. We have that beer in there too.
Well, we'll be going through all of it here at some point.
I should still be very sore from my race, but famously, I was sick a week ago.
I also still have so much beer left over for my wedding.
Are you bringing any into the show?
Sure.
Let's.
I
go.
need to get rid of it.
We've got plenty right
I never
now.
took advantage of the open bar.
Hope you like Modelo and Coors Light.
Yeah, for sure. I'm good with both of those.
Mm.
Nice.
Well,
I'm also good with the Grum down.
we are good with the Grum down. Is Nebraska at unprecedented toxicity levels? This
Like
was
Godzilla.
this was a question I saw once again, courtesy of the Great For You tab.
I was wondering where this came from.
I saw a comment that asked this question,
Mm.
and it has.
Who was the comment from? Was it from like a media member or just? A
Yeah, I
random
don't remember.
fan?
I'd have to trace it back, but
Okay.
I think we'll have a fascinating conversation.
Okay.
The Underman T-Wolves give Jokic a punchline. Get it? Joke, joke,
Yeah,
Oh.
Joker.
punchline.
Tough.
Heyo.
That was a tough loss.
Uh.
That was a tough loss.
How does Nebraska compare to recent CWS champs? I've got graphs and charts.
Topic alert. They're going to win it all this year.
Today, it's the Super Friends conference call.
Yeah, he's driving in his car. Not the best.
Is he going to Iowa again?
No, he's coming to Omaha. Actually.
Can't believe Jack is going to pull a sipple on us.
Yeah, thankfully without the ding,
Yeah.
ding.
Or the not
you
showing
never
up.
know.
That's true. I guess no promise this year. No promises.
Kent's Movie Club today. It's Shin Godzilla
I cannot wait to talk about this.
as opposed to Hamstring Godzilla
Nice.
Nice joke.
or Thigh Godzilla.
Peck Godzilla. All the muscles. and
Watch
body
out for
parts.
Trap Godzilla.
Mm.
Amateur college football like grandma's cooking.
Don't know what that means.
Well, we got an interesting email today based off a comment that was made on this show yesterday that I'd like to tackle.
Okay.
It's Derby weekend, and that's all we're going to say. Boom, we're moving on.
Done. We're done with Derby talk.
A tax on stupidity,
Oh.
spoken by someone who's got a big whoop-de-doo going on this weekend.
You know, I used to have access to
Or
one of the whoop-de-doo parts of this weekend. If you are a owner of stock, you get to go to somewhere and have free beer.
Mm.
And so I went to that one time. I had free beer. It's a long line, though, but it's
Oh.
free.
Congrats.
Yeah, shout out.
And it's a One Beer Friday
Speaking of.
and predictions. And by the way, as part of the One Beer Friday today, if you wish to participate in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed,
Mhm.
which is at USC 1620,
Oh!
use the hashtag One Beer Friday. We will pick. How many do we have of these things?
We always have this question for
We
Nick.
always
And
have
he's
It's either
always
4 or 5.
stunned by the
It's
question.
It's
either
always 4 or
4
5.
He's
it's-
always like, what, that question?
It's
I'm
either
not stunned
4.
by the question. I'm stunned that you didn't prep me for the question so I could have the answer ready
But
for
you are our producer. These are things you should know. It'd be like, Nick, if you said, Josh, who's Nebraska's fourth opponent this year? And I went, oh, I got to know the answer to that question. You got to know the answer to this question every week.
We all know who the fourth opponent is.
Michigan State, Nick.
It's Ken Norton Jr.
No, it's Michigan State. John.
It's 5.
5. We have 5 $50 gift vouchers for the Woodcliff. Great,
Awesome.
great dining. You can overlook the lake. Voted Omaha's finest patio.
Nice.
So if you participate in One Beer Friday, send us a pic of what you are drinking and use the hashtag One Beer Friday in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Over the weekend, we will pick 5 at random and hook you up to the Woodcliff.
So wait, if you are drinking, you could also be eating.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
Or
rules.
drinking more.
That also rules.
They do serve at the Woodcliff.
We are a great show.
We are a great show.
We give things to people.
We're all very handsome and funny, too.
Yep.
We give a lot of things to people.
Also, it wasn't on the Grum Down, but we are going to discuss the story that is making waves around at least the internet with this. And maybe it's one of those segments where you put the earmuffs on your kids because it involves a sexual harassment suit against a JP Morgan executive. And it is incredible. It took a twist and a turn late yesterday after we saw all the initial screenshots making the rounds. That is quite wild.
I have not been updated on
I cannot wait to
anything.
tell you about the updates, Nick. I am so excited.
I've been sending you memes all night, though.
You have been sending memes. And speaking of that, we got a text into the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, 402-951-1620. Or actually, no, never mind. This was on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, which you just mentioned. And it was asking, have you seen the meme of Mike Vrabel and the JP Morgan exec shaking hands?
Oh, no.
It says after the Patriots fire him, he'll take a summer internship at JP Morgan. He's back with the Patriots. Therapy and whatever went really well for all parties involved.
Yes.
I did
And he
therapy
bought-
once and I'm cured.
And I
Flew
bought,
all the way to Utah for a day-long therapy session.
bought her a sweatshirt.
Bought her something at the gift shop at the airport.
When I
and
saw the story that was like Mike Vrabel buys
my,
wife
my
gift
job is done.
to apologize, I thought it was gonna be like a Kobe Bryant $3 million ring situation, you know, like one of those, and it was like he bought her a hoodie. Like, damn,
Sorry.
is that what he's doing?
Sorry for cheating on you and completely destroying our vows. Not only am I going to try to buy your love, here's a sweatshirt.
Yeah, from the airport. Like that thing can't be that comfy and cozy. It's an
No.
airport hoodie. What are we talking about?
Well, I
If
mean, some
anything,
of the
it's probably a
airports
little
have the
itchy.
higher end shops now,
Yeah, I guess
which is
that's true.
always so weird.
they
Why are
really-
there so many high end shops there? Who's buying stuff there? Most
Seriously.
people are in a damn hurry when they're at the airport.
Seriously, I never am like, oh man, I got to get something at the airport. Let me go to the nice store.
Although I do like in Vegas how there's an F1 store
I bet,
just in the airport. That's
I-
really cool.
I bet you do, Nick.
I'll mosey around there.
Have you ever bought anything from there?
I almost did.
402-951-1620 if you'd like to connect with us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. And there is also the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. We're watching Creighton this afternoon taking on the Johnnies. And Isaac Waxman home run left the parking garage.
Oh wow, that's cool.
It's 1-0 Creighton.
There's like 10 fans there.
I'm pretty sure if I'm not mistaken, this ballpark is on top of a parking.
Oh, so you're
garage.
not kidding right now?
No.
Wow.
Because if it's how I remember it, and we haven't been on campus, since Ricky P showed up. Now all the games are at Madison Square Garden, but I believe it's right across the way there from Carneseca
Wow.
on
That's
the St.
exciting.
John's campus.
The St. John player's up to bat right now. His name's Christian. And I bet being named Christian at a school like St. John's is fun.
Oh no.
Oh my God, they are having a hard time seeing the ball out
Yeah.
there. I have watched every fly ball in this game,
Uh-huh.
and they are having a hard time with the sun.
Sunny.
That's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when we come back, have the toxicity levels reached unprecedented heights?
I'm excited for this discussion.
We will tackle that next on 1620 The Zone. Again, join us in the One Beer Friday conversation. Send us a pic of what you're drinking. Use that hashtag One Beer Friday on our social media, which is our Twitter X feed, which is at USC1620. It's a Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. And you can win $50 to the Woodcliff. We'll be picking 5 at random through the weekend. So send us a pic and enjoy a weekend with us. So I saw this tweet from a Twitter user, obviously, asking whether or not, or well, actually not asking. It was making the statement that toxicity directed at Matt Rule is worse than any coach post Tom Osborne. There's been a lot of toxicity here on the Plains through several coaching changes. Is the toxicity directed at Matt Rule worse than it has been with any of the post-Osborne coaches? So we put it up to a poll on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. 77% say no. Matt Rule has not had it worse in terms of toxicity than any other Husker coach. 23% say yes. For purposes of this conversation, at least as far as I am concerned, I think that you have to compare it to something that's somewhat equal. Because if we were to say, is the toxicity against Matt Rule right now, this moment, off-season year 4, worse than it was at the end of Bill Callahan, at the end of
Mike
Riley, at the end of Bo Pelini, at the end of Scott Frost? Of course not. Of course not.
But it's May. So that's what you're trying to do, a little one-to-one. We're not
we want to do a one-to-one because, first off, Matt Rule is not at the end of his rope. He is not even on the hot seat. No. He's not even on the hot seat. And obviously, toxicity is always going to be worse right near the end when people are totally fed up. So, in a way, you have to kind of, and I don't know commensurately how you would compare in terms of the other coaches' timelines. But I have made the statement quite a few times here this offseason that this offseason of bad vibes feels very similar to what we experienced in the winter of 2022. When, Frost got the dreaded vote of confidence.
He got to come back for another year.
But
he actually was on a hot seat.
Correct.
That was the biggest difference. I mean, he almost got fired at the end of the previous.
Correct.
By the way, real quick, Prison Matt says John took engagement bait off his For You tab and turned it into a segment. What does the zone come to? This wasn't engagement bait. It was just a random.
It's a random statement by a fan saying, "Oh, it's toxicity is worse."
Yeah.
Now,
the fan was just giving an opinion.
It's a fascinating question. I mean, because it can help shed a light on just the situation that we're running into. Because there's a part of me that wants to say yes.
Really?
Yes, that Matt Rule, that the toxicity today, based on because it's got to be based on the circumstances as well. Again, he's not on a hot seat currently. He's not on a hot seat. As much as people might want it to be that way, it's not that way. He's here for the long haul. And so it's really hard to compare it to anything else. The only other option that I consider in the moment is Mike Riley. Because Mike Riley walked in here and it was bad from the jump.
It was way worse than it is right now for him on literally his first day.
Right. I mean, people were looking for reasons.
They hated that guy.
People were looking for reasons to watch this program fail so they could get rid of him as fast as possible.
Yeah. Everybody wanted that. Well, not everybody. I was.
A lot of folks did.
Yeah, it
was bad. I hosted the first Big Red overreaction right after the.
Oh my gosh! Immediately.
Right after the BYU game, and it was already people were out on him. I mean, he had it against him. Now, I would also say this one thing that would put a check on the Matt Rule side of the ledger would be that Matt Rule is also still breathing in fumes from the collective tire fires of all of the other previous regimes, which is why this offseason, part of the reason at least, I believe this offseason has such bad vibes, is because it's just a cumulative effect of so many years of being let down and being frustrated that it has led to people having a lot shorter fuse on their patients.
Yeah.
What about, and we're no strangers to this. We're on social media, right? And if you're doing a public thing like this, you're opening yourself up to criticism because that's just how the internet works.
Of course.
Do you think some of it is Matt Rule being a quote unquote social media type of coach is also opening the floodgates for more things directed at him on top of like all of his promises, year 3 bump type of stuff?
Well, I think that's a bigger issue as far as Rule is concerned, is he has opened himself up to some criticism based on how, especially last offseason, they were pretty bullish on how things were going to go and go well, and then they completely spiraled downhill, and so a lot of it too is a little bit self-inflicted. I mean, you can't absolve the coach entirely.
Yeah, and I'm just in general being like a true social media coach. Like Frost wasn't as involved with like the walk and talks on the podcast and all that. I feel like Matt Rule is kind of the first, I don't know, modern.
He's the first social media coach.
Yeah.
Oh, he's very
ever
much the first social
coach.
media coach Nebraska's ever had.
One Claude says, I think the vitriol for Rule is from a very loud minority. The majority of the fan base just seems apathetic. See, that's what I think. I
agree.
I actually don't think it's that toxic because I don't really think that there are that many people that are like really anti him. Just like I don't think that there are a whole lot of people that are that pro him. I think the majority of the people actually kind of sit in the middle. And it's not even like I have not decided on where I think it's going. It is more they see the path of like, well, this kind of sucks right now, but there's nothing you can do about it. I think what makes him really unique, again, is the extension, which we've talked about ad nauseum since October. But I think there is this weird part of him that none of the other coaches had, where you almost removed the hot seat, if you will, from certainly 26, maybe 27, because of an extension that doesn't seem warranted, especially with the benefit of hindsight. But I think in the moment, a lot of people are like, wow, really? You're going to give him this extension? And so it again, it's not negativity and it's not, get to the battle stations. I got to defend him. I think the majority of this place is just like, I don't really think it's going in the right direction, but what can I really do about it? This feels like the first time that's kind of ever happened, where it just is like football exists
right
as it is.
Now you can, certainly apathy and toxicity are different things, but I think apathy can quickly lead to toxicity.
See, like, so when you say it's toxic, like what do you think defines that? Like, what is an example of the toxicity that surrounds him?
It's
like the snark.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's the snark.
People sharing stories that aren't theirs to share.
Interesting.
It's I mean, and I agree. For the record, I'm Mike. As far as who had it worse, I think it's Mike Riley.
Yeah, with a bullet.
I think it's Mike Riley.
He also had the athletic director that people despise too.
Correct.
For a variety of reasons.
Of course, now the baseball and softball fans might despise Troy Dannon, but that's another story altogether.
Yeah.
The defining toxicity. I mean, obviously, it's just negativity. It's negativity that surrounds the program. And while I think it is more of a minority, it is incredible how anytime we bring up a football topic, it instantly goes to negative.
So do you think it is a minority? Everybody always says that because I think negativity is usually in a sports discussion is often viewed as that's the minority opinion or the vocal minority. And Happer asked an interesting question on their show today where he said, if you were to do an approval rating, where do you think that approval rating would be? Because Schaefer said, I think that he'd be above 50%. And that's what led Happer say, really? Are you sure? Like, I ask you, are we sure that is the minority opinion? Because you're right. You bring it up and it is very loud. And it's not, I don't think it's a minority of people that are very loud about it.
Should we do an Insta poll?
Well, then, I mean,
but that's, I mean,
is that the vocal minority?
That's fair.
Yeah.
You know?
See,
and I'm not trying to argue. I'm just wondering, is it a minority?
Well, if it wasn't a minority, then instantly my vote goes from Riley to Rule.
Yeah.
In terms of toxicity, if it's the majority opinion.
But again, not wanting him fired, just they don't think he's moving in the right direction, or they don't like, I guess I'm trying to figure out even how to describe this opinion or how this one started with you.
Chris writes, Mike Riley had it the absolute worst. Never stood a chance with the fan base. Fans were calling into overreaction, trashing him and the team in 2016 while they were on that 7-0 start. I like Rule, but people need to stop being so defensive about him. He deserves the criticism.
Yeah, I looked it up this morning. 15th highest paid coach in the country in 2025.
Yeah.
Not counting, some of the private schools, so that maybe he's a tick lower, like 16, 17, depending on what's going on with USC and Notre Dame. But, they're 10 and 17 in the conference.
Yeah.
In his time here. Kyle, who's not a Nebraska fan, says, I don't think it's toxic. I think for the most part, the fan base likes Rule and want him to be better, which maybe he's topped out, but I think people would like him to be the coach, but win, unlike Bo, even when he was winning, people wanted him gone. So yeah, and he was another guy because of him as a person, and I know that whenever Rule comes up, like Nick brought it up, we start talking about some of the other stuff, but as a human being, I don't think people dislike Matt Rule. There a large portion of the anti-Bo crowd that just didn't like him as a guy, didn't want him as the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And oddly enough, that ended up happening with Riley. I've told the story before of talking to people, family members who didn't like the nice guy persona. Oh, everyone always says he's so nice. They didn't like that part of him, which, is what it is.
What a weird reason to not like somebody.
People didn't like that.
But he
followed Bo.
But he followed Bo, and there were a lot of people that liked Bo because he wasn't nice.
Mm-hmm. Just Josh and ya writes on YouTube, I'm in the camp that is apathetic and have stopped caring / listening to Rule until he figures it out. Tired of the gaslighting from Rule and certain media members that give him softball interviews.
Skurs 15 on Twitter. It's the most toxic I've seen while still being the active head coach. Frost got toxic after he left. Riley was too nice. Bo toxic his last year, and the breakup was obviously ugly. Callahan his last year was rough, but mostly just relief. His era was over. So he thinks it is.
Wow.
Mike Riley, more toxic right now.
See, I'm trying to figure out how that shows itself beyond just kind of the usual frustration, but it doesn't seem like I don't sense that people are angry like they have been at other points. I'm talking about that true anger. People didn't like Callahan and what he represented. I don't sense that with Matt Rule. People are frustrated by the lack of success, but I don't think people view this era as John, remember 04, 05, 06, 07, it was bad around here.
I mean, I'm getting a lot of memes of Matt Rule, the used car salesman.
Well, now part of that is the internet,
Sure it is.
Which I guess could that be a notch in the favor of Rule? Maybe it is.
Sure.
It's a different version of the internet.
But it feels like the story has been written and that, Matt Rule is the sleazy used car salesman and that's what he's going to be. Mm-hmm. He's just going to sell us a bill of goods. And you can forget about the rest. Jeff says he disagrees. Rule has done enough to avoid the levels of toxicity other coaches received so far, but he missed an opportunity last season to take a bigger step. It helps Rule that he embraces the fishbowl and is media and fan friendly. Pelini and Frost certainly were not, which is an interesting angle because it's right. I mean, Rule has maintained a fairly positive outlook on things, while trying to be as matter of fact as he can be. Again, though, what happens as soon as he says something? Instantly, used car salesman, he's just selling us a bill of goods. Shut up, Matt. Stop doing your podcast. Not that he was doing a podcast recently, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure.
It is weird to have it happen like this, even though they are improved from where they were the regime before.
Yeah.
I mean, that's irrefutable. They're better. Now, is it great better? No, absolutely not. But it is better. But I think, again, the residual effect of all of the other years, plus the fact that Rule has been pretty outspoken on the kind of program they were going to be, and I do think his priors, which started right away. I mean, everybody, every damn person, and man, I wish I would have gone harder in the paint saying, you got to stop. You got to stop doing this. Rule does this in year 1, this in year 2, and this in year 3, because not every situation is the same. It just isn't. And this is a whole different animal, and it changed dramatically from where he was when the college sport was in, when college sports was where they were during his Baylor and his Temple days. Totally different. But then, unfortunately, Matt Rule started buying into that same thing last year and started leaning in to, by year 3, we're going to be really good.
Yeah, you can't do anything about that. If the coach is going to do it, then everybody else is going to get in line and follow behind him.
I understand that, but I mean, it's faulty logic.
I will say this, like you said, they are better. They are also 10-17 in conference play. So it's So it's,
and the end of last season was a tire fire.
Just like Frank Solich was always going to be judged harsher because he followed a legend, Matt Rule will always have a bump because he followed the literal worst coach since 1962.
Mm-hmm.
Like he benefits in that he is the following the worst guy in 6 decades, 3 generations of fans. But like 10-17 is obviously nothing, to write home about. Nothing to write home about. And like, look, every time we have this discussion too, like, let us very much acknowledge so much of this is because of how the season ended in those losses in particular.
Yeah.
And I know what if Dylan doesn't get hurt against USC? Maybe they win, maybe they don't. I can tell you this. They didn't lose against Penn State because of him. Maybe the game is closer, but their defense couldn't stop them. They don't beat Iowa with Dylan Raiola. Maybe it's closer, but the defense couldn't stop them. And you can say the same thing about you.
And they lost to Minnesota with Dylan Raiola.
Bingo. Max says, I suppose this might be close to the most toxic with the coach that is still very clearly not on the hot seat, but that's stretching the terms and conditions. Again, I would still say
it is, but that's what makes
Mike
it
Riley,
different.
Day one.
That's what makes it different. Yeah.
Rattlesnake Ron, anyone saying it's toxic right now either don't know what toxic is or doesn't remember what other coaches were like. The fan base is just apathetic. A lot of us have tuned out off-season chatter that we used to be all in on. Yeah, and
I would say though that apathy is the pupa stages of toxicity. It really is.
Yeah, it's like a caterpillar.
Because if they were to, let's say, just for argument's sake, they got upset by Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine what it's going to be like around here?
I mean, I can't because I remember some other instances.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that apathy will turn to toxicity pretty damn quick.
Mm-hmm.
Farm Boy with a vote for Bill Callahan.
Again, I think
in a conference championship game in year 3 and received venom at epic levels. He was a DC away from dominance, but not given the chance. Well, Bill Callahan didn't give himself a chance because he's the one that hired the DC.
Yeah, but that's so true. Not to turn everything back to Frost. If Scott Frost would have found a way to pull the plane up and make a conference championship game, no way he would have then been canned the next year in the midst of a 5-7 season.
Mm-hmm.
Now again, times have changed, expectations have changed, and I was okay with them firing him. I didn't have a problem with it in 2007. But yeah, he literally had taken them to a conference title, and you want to talk about tearing down the program to the studs and then trying to go back up in terms of the type of offense. I mean, that alone, that change is one we will never see again.
Mm-hmm.
That offensive makeover from 1 year to year 2 to year 3 to year 4 was unlike anything we've seen before since.
The Lincoln Continental Breakfast Club.
Awesome.
Writes, Rule, pronouns pal, he gets as many passes as Scott Frost, and people pretend his background is that of Tom Osborne. This made-up toxicity towards him, again, pronouns, Rule, is just more propaganda from his no rules, no accountability propaganda department.
Wow, who is this again?
The Lincoln Continental Breakfast Club.
Wow.
Well, I bet your eggs are powdered.
I don't know. With those kind of takes, I'm guessing they're doing some really good stuff there.
I mean, yeah, it is interesting. I would say this, and there's always been elements of, hey, where's the friendly media? Where's the unfriendly media? All of that stuff. We end up going through that noise all the time.
It's mostly friendly.
It is. But people are, I would say the so-called neutral as neutral as you can get in this market, observers have brought up the pertinent questions and aren't running cover for Matt Rule by any means.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot more Homerific, or at least it felt that way. Maybe I'm remembering it. Maybe I'm Mandela.
This is not an Mandela effect.
Anyway.
No. Michael Severe, who he has been sending me some messages from time to time recently with some of like the behind the scenes fundraising type situations and like what stuff is going for.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this is really interesting. And I asked him if it was okay to read this because I didn't want to get him in trouble. But he says, based on the message boards, people are more disgusted with the current situation than being toxic. Based on Twitter, people are just pissed at everything. Based on silent auctions, the current state of the program is sad. So Michael, given his,
But isn't that toxic? I mean, can't that be toxic?
I think that could be more empathetic.
I think that somebody not bidding more money on a football isn't toxicity. It's just
it can be though. If people aren't willing to spend their money on the program, it means they checked out.
No, but yeah, I would define
apathy.
that as apathy. You would define it's your money and
So
you're
wait a minute.
fundraiser.
But what's the opposite then? People are going to bid more because it's toxic?
No,
it would be. I guess it would be like boycotting, right? I guess it comes down to intent.
Yeah. This is
it would be down to intent.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah. So he sent me a message because Michael with the Jet Award he does all these fundraisers, and so he sent me a text a couple days ago. And part of this too, real quick, from Michael is he's been letting me know like, hey, this item went for this much money at the Jet Award, and it's like crazy low. So he says, I was at a fundraiser, and then he had it. I'm always at a fundraiser. 2 club seats with inside privileges at the 45-yard line to the Maryland game. How much are you guessing? And this is coming on the heels of a Matt Rule signed football that did not go for very much money. And again, these are fundraisers.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, judging on the signed ball, I'm going to guess $400. And he said $415. So think about that. Maryland tickets. This is a fundraiser. This is raising funds for a good cause. You get good seats and you get to go inside. And it's only going for $415.
Mm.
In the past, that is something that goes for a lot of money. Now, I don't view that as toxicity.
I guess I would need more information on what kind of a fundraiser it is and what something commensurate to that would have gone for in previous years. You know what I'm saying?
I'm guessing it's going for at least double that.
You think?
Oh, yeah. I bet that something like that is going for $1,000. Dude, I've been involved in numerous fundraisers, for me. And it's like, this golf club ain't worth that. And you're bidding $500, but you're doing it because you want to support a good cause,
I'll admit I don't go to a lot of fundraisers, but
yeah.
That is certainly it. Super Mav putting in a vote for Bo. Fan base chased him off because he wouldn't bend the knee to donors and got fiery when he held his players accountable. Now the same people who chased him off would likely take him back if it meant getting him back to a minimum 9 wins a season. The Bo leavers still live.
Okay. First of all, the reason Bo was disliked was not because he didn't play nice with the donors. Most fans don't care about that crap. It's the other stuff. It's that he said F you to like this fan individually.
Yes.
And then you said, ooh, can I lick those boots a little bit harder? Losers. But yes, it was very toxic under Bo. That's why this question, I had a visceral LOL to myself.
But again, that was at the end. If we were to.
Well, after year 3, though, for Bo, because year 1 was 08, year 2 was 09, year 3 was 2010. That team started 5-0. They finished 5-4. The Texas A&M game happens. The meltdown against Oklahoma happens. The bowl game loss against Washington. Like, it wasn't hunky-dory anymore that offseason. It was still way better than.
Well, but I'm going to give some of that resentment a pass because I think more resentment was towards the Big 12 conference and Nebraska wanting to get to the Big 10 as fast as possible.
Sure.
And so I don't think there were a lot of people angry at Bo after 2010. If anything, they were probably defending even more, especially after the Texas A&M debacle.
Yeah.
They were mad at Harvey for getting mad at Bo for Bo lighting into people and maybe rightly so.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we'll take a break. I believe Jack Mitchell's going to join us.
Jack Mitchell.
And Kent's Movie Club still to come.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone. Yeah, I mean, it's not really a round table. It's more of a conference call. It's more like, when Superman was out of town and, the only person left back at the Hall of Justice was
The dog?
was Aquaman. It's like, well, see, we got this issue, but it's in the desert. You're
Your
going to be able to
favorite
handle
character.
it? And then Aquaman says, no, but maybe I can get Gleek to go over and take care of it.
Gleek.
Jack Mitchell joining us from somewhere on the road. Hello.
Hello.
How's the drive going, Jack?
Terrible. I've been gone to my house for 5 minutes, and I'm about quarter of a mile from my house, and I'm in a left turn lane, and I've been through the light cycle already once.
Oh, Lincoln traffic on a Friday.
Classic Lincoln traffic. Am I right, Jack?
Yeah, there's something weird. I've been in this left lane a million times. I've never seen it this far backed up, so I have no idea. But off to a bad start and in a bad mood. So.
Oh, well, this will lighten your spirits then, because we just got done talking about toxicity levels, and we know how much you enjoy talking about the anger in the fan base.
I do like that. That makes me feel better.
But I had a question. I saw a question this morning.
No, you saw a statement.
Well, a statement. It was a statement saying that Matt Rule, the toxicity currently that Matt Rule is going through is worse than any other coach post Tom Osborne.
No. Disagree.
Who would you have in front of him? Every coach or just a couple? Maybe all four. The last four, yes. That's my thought too.
They all got to a higher point, of course. Yes.
Well, they got to a higher point, but the difference being that Matt Rule is firmly entrenched as the head coach. Even if they didn't have a good year this year, he's still going to have a job. The stuff really didn't get bad for a lot of the previous coaches until the very end, when you knew the time was near. The time is definitely not near for Matt Rule.
Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know that's. I don't think I would. I don't know if that's true. It very well could be, but I don't think we know that. You think they could let Matt Rule go if they have a terrible year this year? I don't know the financial capabilities of doing that, but if they had the financial capabilities and it was, yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 2026 in college sports. It's Nebraska, of course. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not saying I think that will happen, but are you really telling me that if it's a 4-win season, you don't think that's on the table?
I do not think it's on the table.
I don't either.
Okay. Yeah, I would struggle.
Especially with a new stadium project that you're raising money for. You're gonna have to raise a lot of money to
that
buy
would cost
that
like
contract.
$72 million.
Well, yeah, and like I said, I don't. If it's just financially impossible, okay, but the desire, if in a vacuum, absolutely.
Jack, is the word that you would use even to describe the current mood toxic? Like, we were basically debating between that and apathetic and apathy, and that's where I end up really leaning strongly. Do you think things are toxic right now, or is it more on the apathetic ledger?
No, it's closer to apathetic than toxic, in my opinion.
Yeah.
No, I would agree. There's a ton of apathy out there, which is going to make it so interesting when we get actually close to the season.
Yeah. What's the next 4 months look like?
What
are the next 3.5 months look like?
Because there's always this natural ramp up of anticipation and excitement.
Jack does it every year.
Well, but everyone does.
It'll get better. At least a part of it was the fact that it was such a less sexy option to talk about than basketball for a while. And once, and now you've got a weirdly successful spring sports season for Nebraska sports. And that probably feeds it a little bit, but once July gets, it'll be better. It'll be better. But everything you're saying is true, though. It won't be completely, it's just difficult right now because I think the fan base, I think in any other year you can find something to latch on to.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got a specific player that's coming in that even though things haven't been well, there's the potential for that player to turn things around that much. Or you've got a new coach or a new assistant coach. Dana Holgerson's coming in, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's just I mean, I can't hardly think of a season like this where there was like not either success that it seemed like you would just naturally build off of, or something that got the fan base excited about things changing. There's been so much change in the program that's usually been there, and so I think that's why this is uniquely feeling like that apathetic type place, because it's just, I mean, it's defeat already to some degree.
What would, if you're doing like a Mount Rushmore of reasons to get excited? I mean, new quarterback, new defensive coordinator. In most years, those are always going to be the things that are on the list. And at least I think with Calandra, and we've talked about him plenty, and we'll talk about him plenty more, there is the good, and that he has a lot of production, and the bad, that he has a lot of turnovers. Rob Orich, I would seem to think would be a real nice reason to buy in, and yet I don't really find that. And I guess you're right, Jack. Outside of those two things, I really don't know where people would go next.
I would say Jeep Wade.
Jeep Wade, yes. Good call.
That would be it. And then the fourth, I mean, the only other thing that I would put on mine, I think, is that there just seems to have been a change in mentality in the program that Matt Rule is the head of. It feels different. It almost feels like he has intentionally scaled back a little bit of the PR around the program.
Definitely.
And and so I think just sort of the public facing PR portion of the whole thing. And, I think there were a lot of people who, who were talking about that by the end of last year, I think. And just sort of the contrast of that over top of the lack of success was, I think, made it worse. And, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful, or at least interested to see if that carries into the season, if it feels different. And there's also a part of me that wonders what the impact of the actual season will be if that's the case. So that might be the other thing for me, if you had to pick things. But none of those are like none of those compare to Dylan Raiola coming in, or a new head coach, or a big name offensive coordinator, to be honest, or a All-American coming back, or anything like that. There's none. I mean, if you got to look at an individual player, it's like, I think for me, it's like, man, I wonder if Ja'Cory Barney can get back to, other than Calandria, that's probably it. It's like, can Ja'Cory Barney get back to what we thought his potential was coming into last year?
Are you hopeful that Troy Dannon reverses the policy on baseball and softball regional tickets?
I mean, well, I don't know that I'm hopeful that he does. First of all, I don't know. I don't truly know what the actual impact is, right? Like, I mean, in principle, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a great PR idea. So I don't necessarily, I'm not saying I'm endorsing it, but on the other hand, I know there have been some season ticket holders who have spoken out, but what's the real, are there going to be season ticket holders who are going to be a large amount of season ticket holders who have their seats seriously degraded, right? Are there going to be season ticket holders who can't get in the building? Will that happen at all? Like, before I say, yeah, you got to change, you definitely need to go the other direction on this now, I think I would be curious about that, because that's kind of changing your mind on, as whether I like the decision at the beginning or not, changing your mind on is an about face that doesn't look great either, to some degree.
Why would an about face not look good?
I mean, the much better thing would be not to have done it in the first place.
Yes.
And to anticipate the reaction.
But
it shows a level of. It shows a level of. Tone deafness is a strong word, but it shows a lack of sort of foresight in terms of what the reaction would be.
Right. And I realized they did this with volleyball, and it did cause a stir among those folks. I think this, with the timing of all the stuff, given the football stadium, the reseating, and there's a lot of people out there that are already worried about all of that. I don't think this was necessary.
No.
This was absolutely not necessary. And you're right. It may not impact every single season ticket holder, but I know how it works at baseball games, and it probably works the same way at softball games. You are a hardened group. You sit in the same seats every week, cold weather games, rainy, misty, crappy games. You sit next to the same people. You've kind of developed. The beautiful thing about these types of sports is they kind of have their own little niche community, right? That it's kind of special to us and nobody else. And then to all of a sudden have some usurpers come in and get your seats, and all of a sudden you're not sitting next to the same people you were sitting next to before. And it just changes the feel of everything. And I just think you ain't going to make any damn money off of this thing. You're not going to make that much more money off of this thing. That it's going to be the difference between, being able to build a stadium or not, so why do we need to do this now? It just does not make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the answer. I mean, perhaps they want to take a consistent mentality as to, because this is kind of what's happening with when they do football reseeding too.
Oh, absolutely.
When you hear,
and I understand it from that standpoint, because that sport makes gobs and gobs of money. That is the engine that drives the entire bus. But we're talking about, the dinner train in the back or something. We're not talking about the engine. I'm just trying to get inside their head, but maybe there's some level of saying, hey, we're going to have a consistent ethic, essentially, of your seat, the actual seat you sit in is not sacred, right? Yeah.
You sort of like deprogram the fan base from, because that's one of the big things about the football. When I've talked to season ticket holders, it's not even necessarily their location in the stadium. I mean, some of them are in terrible South Stadium seats. It's about being around the same people for them. And so maybe, I don't know. And then if they really did it for volleyball, which I heard you guys say that, it's really bizarre to me, by the way, that I don't remember, and I might have just missed it. I did not remember there being a blowout about that. But in theory, that should have been a bigger deal than baseball. Right.
No, you're exactly right. I do wonder if when it happened, obviously the football season's going on, and right now, baseball and softball are it, right?
Yeah, they're their own, they're big stories. And that volleyball is always in the mix, and so, it maybe just kind of snuck under the radar, whereas baseball hasn't hosted in 18 years, and so it's on front of mind a bit more.
And here's the other thing. A lot of those volleyball season ticket holders are probably donors.
Exactly.
Where you can probably get a baseball season ticket for $300.
Exactly.
Excellent point.
With nothing else.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, hopefully, have you made it out of Lincoln yet?
Good question.
No, I started at 70th and Van Dorn, and I'm now coming up on 84th and Holdridge. I'm going to be really late for this thing I'm going to.
Dear God.
Well, good luck, Jack.
Very high level meeting.
Very high level.
Well, thanks.
All right. Well, yeah. Good luck.
That was quick.
I mean, most of it.
We have a clock. We have a clock. You had to join us at 3:15. I tried to get you to do other times, and you said you couldn't do the other time. So here we are.
I'm a busy man, and now I'm not. Now why don't you say, hey, you want to hang on for the next segment? You like they do in radio? You ever heard them do that in radio?
I've heard. I usually don't like those shows.
But I also heard traffic and weather on the 10s.
Yeah.
And sports updates at 15 and 45. We don't do those anymore.
Yeah, those days are over, Jack.
Yeah.
Too bad. I'd like to go and know what's going on in the national landscape.
Deb Carson will be along in a few
Nuggets
minutes.
lost.
Nuggets lost. There you go. All right.
Good. Yes.
Go T-Wolves, says Jack.
T-Wolves. All right.
Bye, Jack.
Yeah, I kind of like them. Bye.
Bye. There he is. Jack Mitchell on the road somewhere.
Nice.
Ken's Movie Club coming up. We'll come back and have more on 1620 Zone. Kent's Movie Club here in just a few minutes, but first.
We were talking about the seating stuff with baseball. I think that you asked a good question there of Jack. Larry writes in to the Equitable Bank inbox. He says, I'm currently ranked 5,300 out of 14,000 Husker Athletic Fund participants. Here's how I got there. In baseball, I've had 2 Nebraska baseball season tickets for 25 years. I've donated $50 per year for 25 years. For football, I've had 4 football season tickets for 13 years and 2 tickets for 7 years before that. I've donated $250 per year per ticket for 20 years, so currently donating $1,000 per year. I expect that there will be about 4,000 chairback seats available should Nebraska host a regional. If the ticket office moves forward with the published plan, it would take 25% of the donors ahead of me ordering an average of 3 tickets each to push me out. That seems highly likely. If this happens, I will seriously consider not renewing my baseball season tickets. If those tickets do not provide access to the postseason, the only benefit is simply having the same seats for every game, which in practice is only meaningful for a handful of high-profile matchups. I live in Omaha and can attend 8 to 10 games per season. I give away the rest of my tickets. I'd be better off buying tickets only as I need them. I'm a Nebraska baseball diehard who's thinking about not having season tickets anymore. I don't think I'm alone. This is truly a terrible idea.
I'm not sure what the percentage is. How many people high on the donor list are going to buy? Because remember, you've got baseball and you have softball, right? Mm-hmm. And in some cases, it could be a very crowd. Well, I guess the weeks will be a little bit off. Yeah, but I think the softball supers match with the baseball regional. Yeah, I think
it could be quite the time over there.
But I don't.
Oh, so you're thinking because of that the donor actually.
Well, but that's one possible thing. But the other thing is, I don't know how many of those high-end donors on the points list are actually going to buy the baseball tickets.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because because Jack made a good point. We don't know what the pushback effect or what the effect is going to be and how it's going to push folks down the line.
Sure.
If his math is correct.
I mean, 25% is a small number, but yeah, if they buy multiple tickets, then suddenly that does slide everybody down.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we would have to see. I mean, it would be nice to know, how it worked for volleyball. Mm-hmm. How many volleyball season ticket holders,
didn't end up getting a chance to go. Yeah, right. That's a great question.
Now, of course, it's a not 10,000, but what, 8,500 seat arena.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, but I just think
maybe you're right. You said it yesterday at the end of the show. You think they're going to walk it back. Maybe you're right.
Well, I'm just if this is what's coming through in my mentions, I can't imagine what Troy Dannon's office is looking like, or his mentions are looking right now.
Yeah,
because
a lot of people were responding to me the other day when I tweeted it out, tagging Dannon with the F word. A lot.
There's
not fire.
Frosty?
A different F word.
Yeah, F -- word.
Whoa.
Yeah. So there certainly are a healthy number of people that are upset by this.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And again, it's just, and it's a little hard to explain, but baseball still, even though it's a popular sport here, it's still kind of that thing where it's not the place to be seen until they get to an event like this. But for the diehards that are there each and every week, and there's a good percentage of them because, I think Nebraska's been averaging around 4,000 fans a year. I'm not sure what the season ticket numbers are, but it's a diehard, hardy group. And I would say the same with softball, there's a lot of new people that have come to the party, but there's also a core of diehards that have been there, going back to when they didn't have Bowling Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those folks might feel like, oh, now we're getting pushed out.
Yeah.
Football, I get it, because that's where the money is. That's the engine.
They're leaving too much money on the floor by not changing the way that they're doing
but they
seating.
They are not gonna make or break the budget based on a baseball regional or a softball.
And one
regional.
more time, this is not going to make them more money now. This is like you're throwing a nice back massage to a donor after giving them a haircut. You're giving them. It's like you're hoping to get their business later, but you are not making more money today.
Is this enough of a sweetener? Is this enough of a sweetener to get more people to donate?
No, you'd hope not.
I guess it's a way to get more baseball people to donate so that they're higher up on the list. But you're never gonna outspend the big football donor
For sure, 100%.
to get to the top of that list. Yeah. Kent's Movie Club, Shin Godzilla is next on 1620 The Zone.
just a reason, maybe if there is one, as to why we're seeing the Mercedes only in 5th and 6th.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
Back again is Kent Wolgamont, who now, a couple days ago, it was all looking bright and shiny, and now here come the Rockets.
Oh, come on.
Here come the Rockets. What's our nervous level for Game 7?
Game 6.
6? I thought they had tied
Game
it.
Not
6.
yet.
It's not Game 7 yet. I think, I said last week they had no business winning those games without
You did.
without Doncic and Reeves, and they still don't have Luka back. And if without him, I'm not surprised that this happened. KD's not playing in Game 5 or Game 6, so I think as good a shot as they've had, and if they're going to get, And if
Plus-
they happen to lose out, that happens when you're playing without 2 of your 3 best players.
Plus, Kent, you can have a little schadenfreude about the Celtics biting the curb again last night. And so, this is pretty funny, there you go. I hope that they lose this weekend. That'd be hysterical.
Yes, well, always hope they lose. That's, that's the root against for, probably 60 years now.
God, that's some
That's
good
not
old-fashioned
hatred.
hatred right there, man.
That's long time hatred.
And
right
you think that's a fun topic for down the road? The thing that you have hated the longest.
Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, how long is that for you? How many years? Closing out 50, probably.
I mean, I was like 5 or 6 years old when I kept hearing about how rotten the Cowboys were, and I just never liked them.
Ken, is there anything that you have hated longer than the Celtics?
I don't think so.
God, that's awesome.
I would say it's the Celtics.
That's some good stuff.
Nick, how many years have you had the dislike for Henry Kissinger?
Oh, good question.
Who's dead, by the way? He can't hurt you anymore.
See, can't laugh too.
Yeah.
Since I really first found out about him a few years ago, I guess.
Okay, so you've probably got some things you hate there a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
Well,
Jimmy Johnson, the NASCAR driver.
The
not
driver?
Yeah, the driver.
Wow. Interesting.
Can't stand it.
Today's movie is Shin Godzilla.
The second Godzilla movie we have done now in Movie Club.
This is also the one that I picked. I picked both.
Yep, that is not a surprise. I don't think part
Well,
of
yeah,
this.
we knew that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, first of all, I love this so much.
Okay, when I saw this, I honestly thought, "What is going on?"
I was
here?
a little concerned about
I
the
was
rest of the
concerned
movie.
that this was going to turn. It's like everything else looks fine, and now you're going to give us this
I
googly-eyed.
He looks like an idiot.
There's a lot of names I could say, but I better not as far
Yep.
as what this Godzilla looks like.
Okay, so Shin Godzilla is a Godzilla film, directed in part and written in part by Hideki Anno. He also, I'm sure you guys both know, created Neon Genesis Evangelion, one of the most influential and well-known anime of all time. And I need to say that because there are so many parts of this movie that he lifted either directly from that anime that he created because he finally had the money and resources to do it in live action, and he just kind of did that as little fun Easter eggs. So, background there. This is a version of Godzilla that is a unique take in a couple ways. The first being it's not from the perspective of just like a person trying to survive Godzilla. It's from the perspective of how does the Japanese government handle this crisis situation? This movie was originally made as a criticism for how they handled Fukushima, I think, is what a big part of it was. And the other unique thing is Godzilla evolves throughout this film. You see him evolve.
Obviously, he doesn't
He
look.
goes from googly eyes.
He doesn't look like this goober the entire movie.
This was his first
goober Godzilla, I believe, is
that
what we
was
should call him.
Godzilla's first form or whatever, but it makes a lot, like, it's really goofy, but it also makes sense because he's kind of evolving from a fish, right? They mentioned he kind of moves like a snake. He's trying to learn how he's evolving in real time. It's a cool concept and idea I don't think I've seen in a Godzilla movie before. But the government's trying to figure this out, but it's just a bunch of red tape. Oh, we have to have a meeting. We have to have a meeting for this meeting. We have to have a meeting for this meeting before we can set up this other meeting to figure out what we're going to do. Oh, we should do a press conference. Get me my fake at the ready suit that I give emergency stuff in. Meanwhile, there's another group of people who were also kind of a part of the government. And they're like, listen, all these old guys, too much red tape. Let's just kind of figure it out on our own. We grabbed the best minds, young minds. They eventually figure out that he's essentially a nuclear reactor, and they gets the military and everybody involved, and there's mass destruction. They don't really kill Godzilla. They kind of freeze Godzilla.
Spoiler alert.
Spoilers, I'm sorry. This movie is incredible. I loved it a lot. I don't love it more than Godzilla -1.
That movie was really good.
But I love the elements that they did, the perspective and how it's... Because I was worried that it was going to be all the government, but no, you still get insane Godzilla, and I didn't know anything about it. The level of the destruction,
a lot.
That it was so cool. It was so well done.
Interesting. Destruction is cool. I'm learning a lot about Nick right now.
Visually, it was a stunning movie.
Let's face it. That's what
visually
Godzilla,
it was a stunning movie.
That's what Godzilla movies are supposed to be. You're supposed to watch. Now, sadly, it's not the toy tanks anymore like it was when I was growing up.
Sadly.
But-
Interesting that that's the word you use. Sadly.
Well, yeah, because that was half the fun of watching the old Godzilla movies was watching the terrible special effects.
They were bad. Well, and the
and
first
the guy
time
in the
Godzilla
rubber
showed
suit.
up was also bad special effects.
Yeah, it was. But
And then it got way better.
But now it's understandable why we had Goober Godzilla, because he was evolving.
Yeah.
So Paige was on her phone when this happened, and I knew at some point we were going to get Goober Godzilla. That's all I knew about this movie. The second it went on, I paused it and I said, "Hey Paige, look at this." She turned her head to the TV and busted out.
See, I didn't know anything about this movie, and so I didn't realize that we were going to have Godzilla like that. And like you, John, I was like, "Oh my gosh, is this how Godzilla is going to look this whole movie?" Thankfully, the next time we saw him, he looked like normal Godzilla, and we were off to the races. I thought, Kent, that the way that this one was told was super cool, given that it was about a lot of the backroom, not even dealings or not having a negotiation with Godzilla, but the backroom ideas and planning and trying to figure out how he's able to have this much power. Like, I'd never thought about Godzilla from the standpoint of energy and how he needs energy to survive. But that makes sense. You know, if you go for a walk, eventually you will run out of energy if you don't eat. Eventually that would happen and you would fall apart. You'd break down. Same thing with Godzilla here. And so I thought the behind the scenes as they're trying to figure out what to do, that was cool. I also thought the way it was like the music and a lot of quick cuts, and it was funny. Like, especially the early parts, I thought is there's like just a lot of quick whippy dialogue and the popping up the titles.
By the anime.
Don't care about that. No. But the titles every time that they would show a new
That's exactly
character.
what he did in the anime. That's what I'm saying. That's why it was important for me to have that background, because all of that was even the music. That was all homages to that first show he did.
So I thought that was pretty cool, Kent.
Yeah. This was, remember, this is a political satire. Right?
Yeah.
It isn't a drama. This is satire. So it should be funny in places, right?
Yep.
We don't believe he'll come on land.
Number two, that the technique, it was really, it's a layered technique, right? You have some of where this director's known for, or these directors, where you have people talking over each other and stuff like that, like in those group scenes where you hear people, 2 or 3 people talking and there's no separation, and then the quick cuts, and then you move to like the Cloverfield hitting handheld camera stuff and cut, and that's what gives it its momentum, right? Because a lot of this movie is people sitting around in a room talking.
Yeah.
Right? And yet it doesn't feel like it's a movie about people sitting around in a room talking, right?
Definitely.
So I thought that was really good in it. And I had the same issue with the first time I saw that Godzilla. I'm like, is this Godzilla?
I love it so much. I can't get enough of this.
And thank God it wasn't.
Thank Godzilla.
You know the other thing too, Kent? Like, so this movie is made in 2016, so it's a pre-COVID movie. And I'll be honest, that first time, like it was the next day, and they're like, well, I guess time to just go back to our lives. And you see like people running around Tokyo and going to their jobs. I'm like, you can't just go back to your normal world. And yet it's like, that's what everybody tried to do in
giant
2020.
Lizard running wild.
Gotta make sense. So good good job on their satire.
No,
I really shot there.
Yeah.
And obviously, the fact that they froze Godzilla and didn't completely kill him, why is that? Because there's, I believe, already a sequel in the works.
Oh, is okay. So wow, they still have not released a sequel. Interesting, because it's almost 10 years.
Yeah,
old
it's 10 years since they made it. I'm surprised.
There's going to be another one.
Okay.
This director's been doing a lot of I'm calling them the Shin movies. Like he has Shin Ultraman, a Shin version of. There was this thing. It was a precursor to Power Rangers, where there's this guy with a
What is
motorcycle.
Shin, by the way?
I don't know.
That's a part of your leg.
Well, I know that, but why are we calling this Shin Godzilla?
Yeah, I don't know.
What does the Shin stand for?
Look that up there, Nick.
Meaning new, commonly.
Oh, okay.
Japanese for new. Got
New
it.
Godzilla.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Plus, like in a world, we just got a response from one of our great listeners, Chris. He says, "I'm a massive Godzilla fan, own every movie, still collect figures. I have not, may never see this one. It's so far from anything that has been done in the franchise in a bad way, not quite to the 98 level, but close. What I think is cool, and I'm not a Godzilla fan. We've now watched 2 movies in Movie Club. I thought -1 was really good, and they're doing a sequel to that's coming out this year, I believe.
Yeah.
I thought that this was good. I think when you have a sandbox like Godzilla, you're able to do all sorts of different things, like I am a believer, like with Star Wars, for example. I liked Andor for a variety of reasons, but one of the big reasons I liked it is it told a different story. I don't need the same story. And so I thought and maybe part of this is my naivete or my lack of knowledge with Godzilla. I don't have any prior. So I come in and it's like, this is a cool take on a monster story like this.
I haven't seen any kind of monster movie, frankly, with the emphasis on the bureaucratic governmental response and that stuff ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whether it's Godzilla or King Kong or any other kind of monster movie, it's rarely that I can remember that. So that makes it unique. But I also think if you have to... When you have a series like this, that's now, what are there, like 30 total Godzilla movies?
The first one was 64.
It's the 30th. It was the 31st film in the franchise. So what would we do? Add like 2 more?
Probably add a few more, yeah.
So
I
there's
think it's
33 now, then, or whatever. It's going to be hard if you stay
33.
If you stay within the boundaries of what's come before. You can't make an original movie, and you can't really make a movie that's going to be more almost entertaining than the previous ones, because you're doing the same thing. The Bond series ran into that, and then it kicked back to Daniel Craig and the less fantasy-oriented Bond and more gritty reality kind of thing. They ran into that. You can only make so many James Bond movies that are basically the same movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to flip it back sometime or do something different. And I think that's why I actually like this movie quite a bit for that exact reason.
Yeah, I mean, I like the twist they did on it with that. It does, though. I guess you just have to leave that part of it at the door. But usually, you want to have some kind of an emotional connection with a character or characters as they're battling this. And you really don't in this case, because you're just dealing with a bunch of bureaucrats. And, it's hard to get connected to a bureaucrat. Well,
So
sadly, people are over connected to bureaucrats these days, but that's another story. The point being that, at least in terms of this movie, there wasn't like a good character, bad character. It's just a bunch of bureaucrats, going through the motions, trying to, steer both the political winds and, the bureaucratic winds of how to handle this monster, which again, interesting storytelling technique. It just lacks that, having that emotional attachment of, wanting to see this person succeed or fail.
So do you think some of that was
also because leaving out the emotion is a satire?
Yeah.
It's hard. Satire is almost by definition, cut you out of a true connection with emotional connection with people. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I was just say, maybe since this was a Japanese film made in Japan in 2016, maybe your emotional connection was supposed to be with Tokyo and Japan, because there's still people around, maybe, but fewer people who remember the destruction of World War II, which is where Godzilla came from to begin with. So maybe that's what it was, like an implied connection. Like, this is for Japanese audiences. Obviously, you care about Tokyo and Japan and all of these. Like, it's not, there doesn't have to be like a central person. Maybe.
So I have a question. Did anybody besides me watch this in Japanese with the closed captions on?
I think we all did.
It's the only way I could watch it.
Unless you would have gone to YouTube. It actually, or
No,
YouTube, HBO. When I started it on HBO,
Max, you can watch it in any
but
version.
It started in English on HBO for me, and I hated it.
So Max also crosses over with YouTube TV. And when I did the search function, the YouTube TV version came up, and the YouTube TV version is only the Japanese.
Only Japanese, got it.
And then I'd actually turn on the closed captioning to be able to read the movie because it wasn't naturally there, which was weird.
Because that's how this movie. I was just interested because like Nick, when it came on, mine was in English, and I'm like, I don't want to watch this nonsense dubbed. Right. And so I flipped it because that adds to the I don't know exactly what word I would intent by watching it in Japanese and dealing with it, because then you're catching the cultural aspect of it to some measure that gets lost when it goes to English. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, you can tell with inflections and how they say things. That's part of the reason I prefer watching anything in its
And so we've
original
joked about it with you, John, for years, because you don't do this. You don't watch foreign movies, or if you do, you always watch them dubbed. So did you like it less? Did you like it?
Well, I have no idea if I liked it less.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Did you find yourself not enjoying it though as much as you think you would have?
It was fine. No, again, the only reason I watch it with the overdub is that's how I grew up on Godzilla, and half the fun is watching the bad overdub. Because I've always watched Godzilla movies for the irony of it, not the seriousness.
Well,
now, of course, this is a satire, so it's not meant to be super serious.
Well, and in my case, we didn't have any choice but to watch them dubbed because we were watching them on, Creature Feature or whatever on Saturday.
WWOR out of New York. They always would play it during every Christmas school break.
What they had, and they were played as funny for me anyway when I was.
Yes.
They weren't supposed to be scary or anything. Maybe they were supposed to be, but they weren't.
Right.
And so we're gonna judge them against that no matter what, right? And when you see something and you're 7 or 8 year old kid watching this goofy monster movie that's dubbed and cheesy, that's what's in your head as a Godzilla movie, right? And so then you see this, and it's almost a completely different thing.
Kent, when did movies being on cable change from like it was for you and John growing up to being in the native language with subtitles? How recent of a phenomenon do you think this is? And obviously, this is a streaming service that's way different. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
20 years, I would say, post 2000 for sure, but probably more like 2005, 2010.
Yeah, because I don't know a world where I've watched a movie. I don't know if I've ever watched a movie that is in a different language except for we did that movie a few years ago, Kent. It was did you pick it or maybe Ravi picked it? That it was like a 3-hour. It was an Indian movie.
But
it wasn't
RRR.
It wasn't in oddly enough,
Yeah.
it wasn't even though in the native. It was in a different.
It was in a different version of Hindi, but
Yeah,
not
but
their
not
version
the
of
And
the
so,
movie.
other than that, though, I don't know if I've ever watched a movie dubbed before. Every movie or every show I've ever watched, if it's in a different language, I always watch it in the language.
I'm sure I have. I didn't really start to open myself up to watching things in their native language until I was maybe college age.
Yeah. I liked it though. I thought it was good.
This movie was awesome.
And then I just looked it up, Kent. The new the sequel to Godzilla minus what was it called? Minus one is coming out in November.
Let's go.
So that will be out in Japan. Doesn't have a release date in America, but I have to imagine it'll be.
I remember it was a fight for the rights to get -1 here. Netflix eventually won out, but there was a bidding war.
Oh,
and
really?
It took forever.
I imagine it'll be something similar.
Coming soon to theaters is the new Star Wars Mandalorian and Grogu. I saw this today on a news site that Mandalorian Grogu tracking for lowest Star Wars box office opening ever.
Yeah.
Woof.
Yeah.
And why would that be a surprise?
Yeah.
Right? Why would that be a surprise? That's it's niching itself out a little bit.
Yes,
right.
It is.
And
Yeah, I think you got 3 pretty big Star Wars fans that are on this side of the table or in this room, and none of us are excited to see this movie.
But
I think that says a lot right there.
And that's the whole right, and that's the whole world kind of. This is Disney beating a horse till it's dead, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Right.
And they've now reconditioned everyone that, it's about the shows. And so honestly, all this feels like it's just going to be a 2-part series of one of the television shows. It's not going to feel like its own standalone movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people will watch it and say, why wasn't this just a TV show?
Right.
What is going to be in it for this special?
Is a lot of people won't even watch it. They'll wait until it comes on Disney.
And then they'll literally watch it like it's a TV show.
Exactly.
They'll watch it on their television. Yeah, that's a great point.
Show. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Disney really fumbled the bag on both Marvel and Star Wars when it came, especially to you got to watch the show to watch the movie thing.
Mhm.
Like they started doing that a lot with both franchises. And it's insane that they had these 2 very powerful things and they've just kind of destroyed them.
I saw a clip the other night, and it was the end of Rogue One when Darth Vader is chopping people up, and and that's because that movie's almost 10 years old now. And I was thinking like, wow, I was so excited when those movies were coming out, and then to think of a decade later and how little excited I am for these, it's pretty wild.
Seeing Rogue One in theaters was life-changing.
Kent, unrelated to Star Wars, I don't know how many movies you're still going to see in theaters these days, given you're not a full-time critic anymore. Have you seen The Drama yet? The Zendaya, Robert Pattinson flick?
I have not.
Okay. I highly, highly, highly recommend it.
I have heard things
Okay.
about this.
I don't know if you know anything about it, but I highly recommend it.
I know something about it, and I will probably go to that. I went to the Michael Jackson movie, which was a mistake.
I heard.
Ooh.
Are you going to go to the sequel?
A Michael Jackson movie is not good on multiple levels.
Wow.
And yet it's making so much money.
Yep.
Well, it just shows you how many fans he's got.
It, in a way, is very similar to the Bohemian Rhapsody movie, where it's you take this pop star, you tell a sort of whitewashed story about them, or without all the details. This one cleverly stops at before any of the accusations of sexual assault or whatever come out, right? And it's an excuse for him to do to put the songs out on stage in a way. And this movie, I would guess a third of the movie, and maybe more than that, is performance. And thank you, I've already seen the real Michael do it.
Yeah.
Don't need to see it.
Don't need to see it again. But that makes me wonder, what the hell's the sequel going to be about?
I don't understand.
Is it going to be the week after this movie and then it'll just end?
Yeah.
Because soon after this, guess what? the poop hits the fan.
Yeah, because Ken, I assume you've read some of the stuff about it too, where they filmed a different kind of a movie. There was an extra hour, and the estate got a hold of it, and they made them take it out. So I'm with John. I don't understand how you can do a sequel if they already cut out a lot of that kind of stuff anyway.
You got me. You got me.
I don't understand. No desire.
Yeah.
No desire.
Exactly. All right. So I think, Josh, you already tipped the pick last week or yesterday.
Yesterday. Yeah, this is a movie, Ken, that I've seen before, Nick's seen before. John said he hadn't seen it before, and I thought, you know what? It's been so long. I remember a few things from it, but not everything. So we're going to go to a late 90s movie, The Mummy.
Woo!
With Brendan Fraser.
See, all this is just you guys shoehorning the stupid Halloween month thing on me again.
No,
That's
this
what
isn't
you're doing.
I guess there's
it's a monster.
There's a couple of things in here that are maybe a little scary, but
it's an entertaining movie. And
it is so much fun.
Oh,
I have it on Blu-ray.
Underrated little movie.
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't. There's nothing to be taken serious there with that film. But
Yep. So it's available on HBO Max. Available on HBO Max. So we will talk about that in a week.
That'll be next week.
I'm looking forward to it. Emotep.
Nice.
First here, we need, before we go, here is an update on the F1 sprint.
No, Ken, please tell me. We've been watching Creighton play baseball, so I haven't got to log into my Apple TV account.
Leclerc.
Well, if you want to.
Leclerc got the pole for the sprint.
Just likes the pole.
And Ferrari and McLaren. I think Piastri was second, and then Russell is down there a ways. They just took the top 10 off the screen, and I can't read it to you. But I've been sitting here watching it while we've been talking. So
let's go, Ken.
Unbelievable.
Closer.
You're distracted.
Godzilla in Formula One. That sounds like the perfect afternoon.
I'm surprised they haven't made that film yet. Godzilla invades a Formula One race.
We don't know what -0 is about yet.
And then all Godzilla does is he sits trackside watching the cars going, "Where's the passing?"
They pass now, John.
And then he gets mad and just.
And there is going to be another movie with Formula One in it coming very soon.
Oh, there is.
Ooh.
What's this one?
They're going to do an Ocean's 11 movie that's set in the 60s at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Is it going to cross over with the film Grand Prix that also takes place during Monaco?
That I don't know, but it's going to be 60s Formula One.
Oh,
so it's going to be
that was the dangerous one.
So it's going to be a caper performed at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Apparently, yes.
That actually sounds kind of interesting.
They're bringing back the crew, are they not? Isn't it the original Ocean's cast?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. If they're going back to this, what are they, time traveling?
Apparently, there's some. They've got it figured out somehow, because I thought the same thing, but they're like, no, it's going to be set in the 60s at Monaco.
Interesting.
I'm
very
excited
interesting
for this.
All right. Well, Kent, good luck to the Lakers this weekend, and we'll catch up with you next week with The Mummy.
Sounds good. See you next
week. All right.
Bye, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
Kent will now go back to Apple TV and watch the debrief, I'm sure, of Formula One.
Wild.
Where are they racing? What problematic country are they racing in?
The United States of America. They're in Miami.
Pretty problematic. Pretty problematic.
I can't. I love this picture too much. I'm gonna delete it.
Nick, I was about ready to throw something at my television when I saw this, because I'm like, what are we doing here?
Seriously, I was very concerned. I was like, this is what Godzilla's going to look like with little nub arms and the googly eyes.
So
thankfully, he turned into
Godzilla.
to a real monster.
The only thing I knew is that there was an evolution thing. So that when I saw that, I was just really happy for it. But I knew it wasn't going to stay that way.
Okay.
Interesting.
It stayed there a lot longer than I thought.
Yeah, he was that Godzilla for a while, 15 minutes or so.
He couldn't even get on his legs. He's just
He's just
slithering
crawling.
around.
He's like the serpent in the Bible. Interesting.
All right. Cumbles in on a One Beer Friday.
Let's go.
Got more to come, so stick around on 1620 The Zone. Should mention we did the Derby draw for our 20 participants to win $200 if their horse wins the Kentucky Derby. We want to congratulate Kelvin. He has Renegade.
Nice. Sticks.
Wesley will be riding Albus. Dave will have Intrepido.
I almost picked 2001.
Nice.
Chad has Litmus Test. Brian will be hoping that Right to Party wins.
Oh, you got to fight.
Nice.
Caitlin.
Or you're right.
Caitlin is rooting for Commandment.
Which one?
I don't know. Patrick, Dan and Bourbon.
What?
Albert, So Happy. Nicole, the Puma. We've got some like non-real.
Wait, Claude and Puma is racing in this?
No.
The lineman?
What?
From
No.
Nebraska?
No,
There's a lineman
the
for
Puma.
Nebraska named
No,
Claude.
the Puma.
Oh, I thought you
as
said
in,
Claude
hey,
and Puma.
Look over at the zoo. There's the Puma.
Why do they call it the Warthog? It looks more like a puma. That's a reference to an old web show.
Listener Russell will be
Awesome,
rooting
Nick.
for
Red versus
Wonder
blue.
Dean. Quinn has Incredibolt. Chip has Chief Wallaby. Josh, Great White. Craig, Potente. Luke, Emerging Market. God, that's a boring name for a horse. Ryan, Pavlovian.
Oh, man, Pavlov.
Neil, 6-Speed. Adele, Further Ado. Terry, Golden Temple. And Scott, Full Effort.
It's really cool that people are still driving stick horses these days. Everybody wants automatic. It's nice to have a good 6-speed in there.
Mm.
It is.
By the way, there was one of our listeners who got your reference, Nick. Shout out to Chance.
Oh, I know Chance would.
Wow, that's incredible.
There's a few people who'd get it.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Oh, we only have a short time here.
Oh,
But you remember the story this past December of the NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family who died in that plane crash, terrible plane crash?
yeah.
Greg Biffle, who famously helped out hurricane victims in North Carolina by using his own private helicopter to fly supplies in and Starlinks to, get people back online.
Yeah.
There's an investigation. His estate, because remember, his whole family dies on this plane crash.
Mm-hmm.
Friends of Greg Biffle reportedly conspired to steal his wealth after his passing. According to the sheriff's search warrant, it is the belief of this office that a plan has been in place by the friends of Greg Biffle and strategically executed after the death of the Biffle family. Investigators found multiple counts of fraud on Biffle and his wife's bank accounts. This fraud appears to have been a strategic and coordinated strike against all accounts through multiple states, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dollars being stolen. Evidence shows this would have to have multiple conspirators that had access to and intimate knowledge of the Biffles' accounts, as well as their personal identifying information, social security numbers, birthdays, and passwords. And one of the potential suspects is the husband and the wife. The husband was one of Greg Biffle's helicopter pilots.
Oh my gosh.
There was also a break-in at the home where a woman in disguise of some kind stole $30,000 in cash, some guns, some NASCAR memorabilia. They saw obviously there's surveillance video in the house.
Mm-hmm.
A truck with the license plate of Biffle's pilot was seen at the location during the break-in.
So is there concern then that, because I don't remember the accident, is there?
Well, the accident, it was a plane crash.
Like a regular plane, like a big plane?
No, it was a private. It was
is
a
there
private
any
plane.
concern about foul play?
Well, but wait, there's more.
Yeah.
So the pilot of the airplane. So we got to move now to the accident, right? This is stuff being stolen from the Biffles' estate. Now we move to the airplane accident.
Okay.
The family of the pilots is suing the Biffle estate for not properly maintaining the airplane because the airplane was licensed to Greg Biffle.
Mm-hmm. And so he was supposed to be doing the upkeep?
Yes, the Dutton family alleges that Biffle was responsible for ensuring that the plane was properly maintained. Lawsuits claim that inadequate maintenance and upkeep contributed to the crash.
But is there any concern that that lack of upkeep was actually, again, some sort of foul play?
Not that we know of. No.
Okay. That's wild.
But
This whole thing is really gross.
it is that people close because it's obviously people that know the family so intimately that they know passwords and they know social security numbers and they know
where to find all of
I
them.
don't
know
have any
bank-
friends who know that tough.
bank routing numbers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, a lot of stuff going on here, but just really odd. Really, really odd. All right. When we come back, got an interesting letter yesterday. Email. Sorry. Interesting email yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Comparing the enjoyment of college sports to eating at grandma's house.
Interesting.
It's kind of a fascinating analogy. We'll see if you agree
Oh,
with
simple,
my
nice.
assessment on 1620 The Zone. I didn't know we were switching to Bonanza.
It's not Bonanza.
It kind of sounds like it. Congratulations to Donald and Lorraine for being this week's online winners for the $100 into Sky Bar and Grill, courtesy of Prairie Flower Casino. You can enter online now at 1620thezone.com, and you could win next week.
Nice.
One Beer Friday coming up in just a minute. But yesterday we were discussing, well, somehow we were on the subject of more NIL and transfer portal and all this nonsense. And you quoted one of the justices,
Brett Kavanaugh,
whose voice you will hear in the One Beer Friday Open.
You will hear his voice very shortly.
Making one of the counter arguments that essentially said, you're telling me that people watch sports just strictly because the athletes are amateur?
I love
that they're not
baseball.
getting paid?
But you don't watch it because, well, now they get paid, but your enjoyment of the sport was not because they were free labor.
Right.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Anyway, you quoted that yesterday.
Yes.
It was part of a larger discussion. Well, that actually got Tyler to write us into the Equitable Bank inbox. And he came up with an analogy that I think is rather interesting, because we've had this conversation before where some people are turned off by the notion that the college athletes are now getting paid. It's more than just a scholarship. And here's what Tyler wrote. He's using the analogy of going to a restaurant and liking it because the staff is not paid. The analogy,
because that was the other
analogy is you're
Kavanaugh.
not going to the restaurant and liking it because the staff isn't paid.
Mm-hmm.
The analogy actually had the opposite effect on me and made me realize I did appreciate the idea of amateurism in college sports, and it was a major factor. Let's take the restaurant analogy, but bend it to something that really does happen. Eating meals that are prepared for us by unpaid people. This happens more than you may have realized. Big family meals, Thanksgiving, going to a dinner party, weddings, maybe our significant other. Even strangers host dinner parties. These people make the meal for the joy of it and because they value the experience that comes with it, and not because they are getting paid. Because paying the people who fed us in these circumstances would cheapen the experience. This is even in the context of money exchanging hands in all of these situations. Food is purchased, facilities were purchased, yet we don't necessarily pay the people making the food. These are a completely different experience from going to a restaurant, just like college is different from the NFL. Adding the same revenue systems into college football is akin to paying your grandma for her home-cooked meal. It cheapens it. And you might as well just go to a restaurant with professional chefs, in this case, the NFL. He says, I know the analogy isn't perfect, but I do think it captures the mystic allure of amateur sports, with people playing because they value the competition and the fans and the idea of winning something that would last generations. I know athletes were never truly fully amateur, but they were more like a can for donations at a church potluck than professional chefs. Which is an interesting way to see this argument. And I'm sure there's some holes you could probably shoot into the analogy, of Tyler's. But I do agree that there is a sentiment that there are people who enjoyed watching college sports because you felt like you were watching athletes who, for lack of a better term, were playing for the name on the front of the uniform, not for the name on the back of their uniform. And they were doing it for a greater community at large, the community of the student body, the community of the school. If it's a state school, the community of the state, things like that.
Kenneth writes, who wrote this? That was awful.
You think that's awful? I think it's an interesting analogy.
It's an interesting analogy. I think it
doesn't mean you have to agree that people don't enjoy that, but there is something similar.
I've told you this before, and I know we've argued about it. I think that those people are incredibly naive to think that it was ever or always for name on the front, name on the back. Like, they're getting something. They were always getting something. They were getting free education.
Right. Free education, but there is a nobility, right?
In their eyes. I never viewed it that. So that's why I think
but society did view it as a noble exercise to get an education. And there were a lot of families whose very first collegiate graduate was because Johnny All-American got a scholarship
Absolutely.
and got to play ball.
Yeah.
That opportunity, because of the cost of going to school, was never going to happen for that family.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's naive, though. I mean, you know, there is always something a little bit different when money's involved. Again, this is not me saying it's good or it's bad. I'm just crawling into the minds of people who, you know, they enjoyed the fact, or they felt that that people chose. That's another part of it too. People chose the school they went to. That person chose us. Whereas in the NFL or in Major League Baseball, the team chooses the players.
Mm-hmm.
You know, via either a draft or, you know, free agency or whatnot. And I know there's an element where the players through free agency can choose the professional team they want to play for. But in college, it was all chosen, right? No one was ever forced to go to a school they didn't want to.
Yeah, exactly. Unless their parents made them go to a school, I guess, that they didn't want
right.
to,
But I mean,
did happen.
Right. But this wasn't a draft situation.
It still probably happens from time to
Yeah,
time.
it probably does.
Yeah.
Especially now that the parents are involved in the negotiations and, hey, you can make me more money over here.
Baymon says, I don't begrudge the players for getting compensated. I did too, to an extent. Maybe it's generational. I hate the system that resulted and is out of control. And then Kenneth adds, college football wasn't always $1 billion industry. Yeah.
It wasn't.
It certainly was not. Yeah. Kenneth, there was too much money being made off the backs of people getting paid with free college. And, you know, the comparison that you always made for years was, you know, it is a seat in a classroom. Remember that argument for years? It is a seat in a classroom.
Yeah.
That is what they are getting. But that is not anything extra. They are just adding a seat to the room for Johnny All-American to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michael says, sure, the cooks may not have been getting paid, but the managers or rent of the household in the family dinner analogy sure raked in money. Yeah. See, and that is definitely where I lose this comparison. It's like, but everybody else was making money. It was not like it is today. That we would all agree today they're making way more money. But everybody was getting paid in college athletics for the longest of time. The announcers were getting paid. The schools were making money. Of course, we know about the coaches. And for whatever reason, the players were not. And
it does make you wonder if somehow coaches' salaries hadn't gone totally out of control, where it turned into a massive bidding war, how much momentum there would have been for paying the players.
I'm guessing it would have been slower just because, like, think of throughout the majority of your life, they were making more money. Coaches always were, but it never seemed too crazy.
It wasn't.
You know, it's like if you're a college football coach in the 80s, you are rich. Like, you are well off, right? You probably have a real nice house. You live in a real nice neighborhood. There are a lot of perks with being the head coach at wherever, Alabama, though you get bricks thrown in your window, Miami, Nebraska. But you're just another guy who makes solid coin. Now you have generational wealth and you are set forever. And so that changing the television money, it just going, so fast up.
Yeah.
Was I think one of the big reasons, for a push for, whoa, we got to give them something.
Yeah.
Because again, they've been getting a free education, which the cost of college also has gone up. So like they were getting something very valuable, but it's $1 billion industry and they were getting, $30,000 a year in school. Like, congratulations.
By the way, the Nebraska softball game today was moved to a doubleheader tomorrow. They're at Penn State with a chance to clinch the Big Ten championship.
A couple tweets real fast before we go to a break and a One Beer Friday. Sam writes, it's not the athletes getting paid that exclusively changed this. The money is what changed it. Athletes were just the last group to benefit long after coaching and administration salaries boomed. And then he says, dumb question. What did T.O. make in the 90s? Realize I have no idea. It was not very much, comparatively speaking. Like Bobby Bowden was, I think, the first $1 million coach, and Tom was what, $250,000?
I don't even think it was that much.
Yeah.
For some reason, like low 100s was the number I always.
All right, let's see. Now, so this is okay. So there is John, your favorite guy, Dennis Dodd. Let's see. It looks like
RIP 6 Illinois football.
It
players.
looks like. Because there's multiple references to this. I'm just trying to find like an actual story, but it seems like It was $138,000.
That's how. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was in the low 100s.
$50,000 bonus after winning the national championship. But part of that too was like, wasn't that him? Like it was purposely him keeping his salary.
Yeah, but
low.
I mean, but there weren't a lot of people making much more than that. There really weren't.
There were not. No.
I mean, it was a much different market.
And his last year, of course, is the final year before the BCS and before things are really going to change.
Mhm.
You know, starting in 1998. Think about it. So Tom retired in 97. 10 years later, 1 decade, Nick Saban got hired to coach Bama, and he made $4 million a year. And that was like, whoa, $4 million? Now you have coordinators making $4 million. $138,000. That's wild.
I'm just going to
Baymon, ROI on him as a head coach is amazing versus now. Yeah, a little. They were getting a nice bang for their
Nick
buck.
Saban's first contract at LSU paid $2.3 million in the first year.
And that was in 2000?
2004.
No, at LSU?
Yeah, no, at LSU 2004. Or no, that was a new contract. Sorry.
Okay.
Because
he got there
5 years, $1.2 million annually in his first LSU
and
contract.
that was probably 2000?
1999.
1999. Wow. So 2 years after Tom retires. And that's what, like 6 times his salary at the time? No, way more than that.
Yeah.
8 times his salary, 9 times his salary.
Yeah, certainly
times the
Osborne did tamp down his own market.
And that, you know, not to be critical of Tom, but like that frustrated me a little bit when he hired Bo. Like that was a purposely low contract, you know, and because you know me, I've always been a pay the job that you want to have, you know, offer more for the assistants. But I know that Nebraska doesn't operate that way. And now Matt Rule's still complaining about it.
Well,
So.
guess what? That's exactly what Troy Dannon did.
Yeah,
that was his justification for Rule was, no, you pay what you expect the job to be.
I should hit him up on Twitter and say good job. Think you'll see it in his mentions?
And then he'll fire back, and this is why I'm kicking all the baseball season ticket holders out for the boosters.
I gotta pay Rule somehow.
Yeah. It's One Beer Friday.
Let's go.
Pedro brought us an entire case of Mexican beer that does not sound like Mexican beer.
What does it sound like?
It's called Victoria.
Yeah,
does that sound like Mexican beer?
It sounds like it should be from Australia.
It sounds like it should be from England.
Oi. That accent fits both countries. Oi.
1620 the zone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Yes, I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It is One Beer Friday for the first time in studio.
Hello.
Well, I guess since last week. We
It's-
did do it last week, didn't we?
My first.
Well, you were at the baseball stadium.
It's true. It's
Oh,
my
was
first
I?
And I
one.
was sick.
I was here.
You
Oh,
were
that's
married.
right. Yeah,
Nick
never
was
mind.
Nick was engaged like a loser.
This is my first One Beer Friday as a married man. I have a wife.
What? Well, you sound like one of those men who's like,
The old ball and chain. The
Wow.
kid has some deviltry tattooed on him.
I knew that Nick was going to be one of those. It's not a wife guy. So there are people that they call them wife guys.
Soft
Who
ass.
are always talking about their I have a wife, I have a wife. Nick is I have a wife guy, which is a way worse thing because it's like about control and she makes me dinner.
Why did you make that face?
Smells a little different than Pedro, great listener of the Grum
Thank you, Pedro.
Hello, guys.
Hi, guys.
Brought us 12-pack of Victoria, which is a
Victoria.
Mexican beer. I did not know. I mean, I was familiar, obviously, with Corona, aka skunk urine, Modelo, Dos Equis, Pacifica. I had never heard of Victoria.
Yeah, I told a couple of my friends about it when Pedro dropped it off, and he's like, "You're about to have some top tier Mexican beer."
Who said that? Your friend?
Yes.
Shout out to your friend. And you had another friend who said some mean things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But that friend's wrong. I'm not having
That
it.
friend is wrong. This beer's great.
I have a race in 2 days, so I'm staying away from the beer for today. But I appreciate the sentiment, Pedro, and I will have it next week.
It's not bad.
I will have it next week.
He also brought us some Clamato and some
lime.
So what are you supposed to do?
You combine them together. You essentially make red beer.
Yeah, see, I will
Oh.
never do that, but I do love a lime in a nice Mexican beer.
You want some lime juice? You want to squirt some in?
Ooh, John, are you
I'm
a
gonna do that,
squirter?
Sure, why not?
Mustache Adam says, Josh, what
Everyone
you're saying
likes a
is,
squirter.
I have a wife, Nick, is the offshoot of my Patriot, Nick. Yeah, I have a wife.
I have a wife.
He
I got a
definitely is.
wife.
Hey, by the way, speaking of beer, one of our great coworkers has an hour left of being our coworker.
Uh-huh.
Shout out to Alyssa.
Congratulations on that.
That she's getting out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's not having to be our coworker.
You have
anymore.
you have seen Alyssa before on the video stream. That was usually in the old Connor Happer show
Mhm.
days. R.I.P. Pour one out for that show as well. Where she participated in the Nugget Challenge. She helped out with the Nugget
did.
Challenge.
That's famously when I had COVID. I couldn't be here for it.
Famously, I had forgotten that you had COVID.
I didn't.
So, but Alyssa is moving on. She's getting out of the biz, and we are very much going to miss her. She is one of our favorite. She's my favorite Nonzo coworker. She's awesome, and so it's going to be a huge bummer to not have her here anymore. She's on power right now for her final shift. Don't go tune over there. I'm not saying that, but we're just saying like we're going to miss you, Alyssa.
Yep.
Alyssa is awesome.
She's a great young lady who happens to be the daughter of an old high school classmate.
What?
Oh, you knew this. We've
Did
talked.
I?
Yes, we've.
Wow, that
shows how much you pay attention when she comes over and talks to
Well, I
us.
usually
on
talk to
occasion.
her. Just I just kind
Well,
of
she's come
ignore
over
her.
many times to talk with
Okay.
with the both of us. Yeah, she's
That's crazy.
Her mother was a high school classmate of mine.
Yeah, and see, Severe says Brenda is leaving because he always called her Brenda. They had in the
She
the
has
old
no look. She does not look like a Brenda.
in the old Severe and Benning days. Michael and her, they had some fights, and it seemed like they were going to be mortal enemies for the rest of
Yeah.
time. And now they're not enemies anymore. But yeah, she is indeed leaving, and so we are going to miss her very much. We're going to do a little gathering in a few weeks. I think maybe, and she even wants John to be there.
Whoa, even John.
Even John. which is pretty wild. Now it's on the weekend. Will John come to Omaha? Good questions. I have a guess. He didn't come to my reception. I didn't go to your reception.
It's true.
Now he probably won't go to her reception. So, it is what it is. We're gonna miss
So earlier today, we did a poll question on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. I saw a tweet today that suggested that the toxicity directed at Matt Rule is worse than any Husker coach post Tom Osborne. And so we did a simple yes or no question. 77% of you disagree, saying no, absolutely. The toxicity that Rule is experiencing is not the worst since Tom Osborne. We have both said that it's Mike Riley. Because, Mike Riley, literally, from
day one.
From the day he was hired, there were people out on this.
Yeah.
To a degree we've never seen here before. Obviously, Frost was a popular hire. Callahan wasn't a popular hire, but it became more of a referendum on old versus new, and you had a lot of people who just wanted to see something new, that they supported the Callahan-Peterson regime from the jump because they believed in the whole gravitating towards mediocrity, need to recruit better. And Callahan, to his credit, obviously did cash in on a few of those with some really good recruiting classes.
Yeah, Riley was an offshoot of that debate in ways that were very similar, in my opinion, but just ramped up a little bit because of the, following another 9-win coach and all of those types of things.
But we got a lot of good responses because I also asked if you don't think it was, if it's Matt Rule, who do you believe? And it's interesting. We got votes for everybody except Scott Frost. Naturally, that makes sense because Frost was the golden child, and and again, this is not trying to compare to what it was at the end.
Because it's unfair.
Because obviously Matt Rule is not at the end.
It's not a one-to-one comparison.
It's not a one. It's not fair to say that the toxicity today
is bad as like it is on the last day. That's always going to be when it's the worst. Though I don't know, maybe the Bo toxicity peaked a little earlier with that whole audio tape fiasco.
It did.
He had some issues along the way. But yeah, that is certainly what makes this one different. Is that we are talking about it, and why this has come up is, I don't know. Matt Rule's been on the brain a lot this week, it seems. A lot of people are talking about him.
Well, he did do the interview last week with Damon and Ravi.
Yep.
So it's the first time we've heard from him.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
it's football season. Good. Thanks
it's
for the
not
reminder.
Football season.
Bill Connolly put out his first preview today. It's football season.
It's not here. Football season. But yeah, we're definitely into off-season topic mode.
Definitely.
And, people just talking in general about football.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at some of the responses that we got. Husker Dave writes, kind of justifying why it might be toxic under Matt Rule. Part of it due to his prior success at other schools, which led to very high expectations in 25 that went unfulfilled. I feel the program is trending in the right direction, maybe not as quickly as some would like, but the roster quality seems to be improving. Remember when I just said no votes for Frost? Well, here was one for Frost. The toxicity was higher for Frost. The general vibe towards Rule and the football program in general is apathy. Personally, I've directed my energy towards the sports within the program that are winning. Football has become an afterthought.
There's certainly an argument for Frost. His case is so different because of how earlier I said I don't really sense, and I guess this is kind of an offshoot of the Happer and Schaefer discussion this morning. Like, Happer made an argument that there is not really a whole lot of people firmly in the camp of Matt Rule. And it's not even a lot of people that are firmly in the fire him camp. I don't think that that's a large group, but it's more just that apathetic kind of middle.
Mm-hmm.
Frost was definitely you need to give him chance because he is one of us.
He's one of us.
I still believe it is going to break through.
Matt Rule's gimmick is one of us.
And then all of us who saw through the facade and knew the emperor had no clothes. The biggest difference, though, and here is where Frost had something that no other coach has had, and that is all of this other stuff that we never talked about on the radio,
right?
But that circled around him in a way that I would use the word toxic.
Yes.
There was things said about him and what he was or wasn't doing away from the football field that no other coach has dealt with around here.
Well,
except for maybe Frank.
Frank.
Except for Frank. Yes, that's true.
I remember
There's one particular thing with Frank.
I
That's
remember
true.
hearing one thing about Frank, and I was hearing it from members in my family.
Wow. That's
who were saying, well, because the word was getting around.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of that was used as justification for, well, this is why this guy had to go.
Yeah.
There was so much spinning going on about why they needed to change, because especially for the younger listeners, it's hard to put yourself in this position. Nebraska hadn't fired anybody in 60 years. And then they fired a guy who did nothing but win and was only 4 years removed from a conference championship and almost playing for a national championship.
4 years removed from a conference title, 2 years removed from playing in a national title.
Correct.
And he finished out the season 9-3.
And
year one of a new coaching staff too.
And it was, wow, Nebraska did that. Nebraska did that. There wasn't as much of that during Bo Pelini's firing because, people saw the demonstrations, they saw the anger, they saw the confrontation. But with Frank, it was like, whoa, they did that. And I think a lot of the rumor, the toxicity that circulated was a way to try to justify a radical move.
Yeah, because in
firing a winning coach.
2003, I was 15, and so I did not hear that rumor until many, 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 many years later. And so that wasn't even something that was, on my radar at the time. Whereas obviously with Frost, it was different. And so, yes, that led to the extra level of toxicity. And I think with Frost, it was a lot. It was just him too, and the former player of it all, and his former teammates, and stories from his playing days. And so he was, again, a unique case that we will never see around here again for a variety of reasons.
But I guess to pull it back to a spot where, all right, well, how do we apply this to what we can expect this year? I agree. There is apathy. There's a good, strong apathy out there. I also believe that there is a toxicity out there. Every time we bring up Matt Rule, it seems like we're getting, I get the used car bit all the time. I hear about all this, shut up, Matt. We don't want to hear you anymore. So there is a toxicity that exists out there, but I do think there is a stronger apathy in the moment, which is why I'm very, very curious how this mid to late summer off season is going to look and feel.
Yeah.
Because as we've talked about, this is the off season of bad vibes. And it hasn't felt this way in a while.
And the off season, it's officially 4 months in now. And there are basically 4 months to go. So, I mean, we are truly at the midpoint because the season ended on the 31st of December. We are 4 months and a day later. The season will kick off on September 5th. So we're 4 months and 4 days away. So, I mean, we are about as middle as you can be now. When we get to Monday, we are now suddenly going downhill. And you know what? I was just thinking last year, I presented kind of a case for why they would break through and why they wouldn't break through. And eventually I said something along the lines of, I think that year 3 is going to finish and we are going to know the direction of the program. And you said something, you're like, I don't know about that. Like, there's not a guarantee that they will either have the really good or the really bad. It's probably likely that they end up somewhere in the middle. And if that wasn't a prophecy, because I find myself now listening and reading and hearing all these arguments, and for some, it is very cut and dry. Back-to-back bowl seasons, which is something the program has not done in 10 years, 2015, 2016. Back-to-back winning seasons, something the program has not done since the last 2 bowl years, 2013 and 2014. So, like, by measuring progress, they have done something that Frost couldn't do, that Riley couldn't do. Full stop. On the other hand, you have people saying, yeah, but 10-17 in conference play. Look at the end of last year, losing to Utah like you did, losing to Iowa like you did, losing to Penn State like you did. Look at the middle of the season, because all those have the whole Dillon thing hanging over them. All right, well, he was on the field against Minnesota.
Correct.
You have that. And the I don't know, malaise, I think, in that, yeah, they are winning more, but it doesn't really look that good.
They're still not beating good teams.
Correct. No ranked wins, which arbitrary number aside, that's a measure of how
Sure
good
it
or
is.
bad you are. And so they haven't been able to do that.
But what's the best win they've had?
Illinois 2023, probably. Colorado 2024, but that was, if they play at the end of the year, do you think Colorado's going to win? I probably do.
Yeah.
And hey, speaking of the end of the year, that's a part of it.
I mean, those
2-10 in November is a massive part to this story, right?
Sure.
Because you want your team
to get better at the end.
And so that is a measure of progress. And, I asked a question earlier, or maybe I just made a statement. It's been an interesting week because we've all been doing this, and you brought up the interview last week. The other thing that we're coming off of is, of course, the NFL draft. And one draft pick and a late rounder at that, and having all these debates all over again. And this, we talk about promises. I thought they'd be better. I was told they'd be better. I was told year 3 would be better. I certainly was someone who thought they were going to have more draft picks. I thought that they were going to be if things went right, more of a developmental program, that year 3, you were going to start seeing those fruits, because those fruits of the labor, they showed up with Baylor in year 3. They showed up with Temple in year 3. And that didn't happen too. And so, maybe as we just entered this part of the calendar, maybe everything's under a bit more of a microscope. But, I guess I hear, John, that the back-to-back bowl game stuff, and I don't know, a few years ago, was I saying I want to see just progress? Yes, I did say that. But the goal around here has never been make a bowl game. That has never been Nebraska football. And especially it's never been Nebraska football when, to go back to an earlier discussion today, when you're paying a coach like you are, when you're paying top 15 money, that you're not expecting a bowl game when you're paying that much money. That wouldn't make sense.
There's an argument to be made that last year did not represent progress. I mean, yes, the progress of making back-to-back bowls, great, but you just barely made those back-to-back bowls, and then you looked bad in the bowl. Yeah. So there's a lot of those things kind of souring the notion of real progress. I will say, though, that yes, there is a toxicity in the air that is unusual from any of the other previous regimes. Because if you were to try to draw a comparable notion, Callahan after year 3, they were in a conference championship game. Yeah. There was a lot of hype going into 2007.
There was.
With Bo, yeah, they were transitioning into the Big Ten, but there was still confidence that Bo was going to do it well, and so there wasn't any negativity going into 2011. It was more new and exciting and optimism because it was Big Ten. It was
anything, the anger was directed at Taylor Martinez.
Riley, of course, never really got people totally on his side, and with Frost,
that was the COVID year. He was following the COVID year.
That was the COVID year,
and so it was like COVID.
Yeah. So in terms of where Rule is currently and what his status is, because I truly believe, there's no risk of him. There's no risk of him losing his job. They're not going to be that bad this year that they could be mediocre. They could be 5-7, but I don't think that's going to lose him his job.
We talked about it with Jack earlier.
So it's weird how there is toxicity, but it's coming at a time where at least in those other examples, when there was toxicity, there was the fact of, well, you better poop or get off the pot. You either get better and it goes away, or he loses and he's out.
And that's not the case.
There's not that case
and
this year.
Is that adding to the toxicity? Is that why there is maybe a little bit more angst?
Probably adding to the frustration. Yeah,
a lack of angst is filled with more angst, oddly enough, because I think in general you kind of like that pressure, right? You like a playoff game in sports. You win, you move on, you lose, you go home. There is a pressure there that you don't get in the regular season. And so going into a big important year, the idea of pressure is very interesting and it's enticing, and maybe it's stressful, but it's, hey, they're going to do this, and suddenly they are the program I think they can be, or they are not, and heads are going to roll. It doesn't seem like the latter is going to be in the cards, and I'm with you. They could be really, really bad. They could be 5-7. I think they could be 4-8, and I don't think anything crazy is happening.
No.
You know, if anything, Dannon has to watch out more than Rule does in that scenario. And so I think that again, a lack of angst is causing some angst going into this season.
As we enjoy a One Beer Friday, you too should be enjoying a One Beer Friday. Send us a pic of what you're drinking. Heck, it could even be, as Jason sent us, a mint julep. It doesn't matter if it's a beer or not. Just use the hashtag One Beer Friday. We're going to pick 5 at random this weekend for $50 gift certificates to the Woodcliff.
Let's go.
With a great patio, great view of the lake, delicious food, burger specials on Thursday, fish on Fridays, lots of cold beverages. Get $50 to the Woodcliff. All you have to do is take a picture of what you're drinking, send it to us, use the hashtag One Beer Friday, and we will pick those 5 at random this weekend from 1620 The Zone. Coming up, we've got content and predictions. Predictions, though, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
All right, predictions it is for this week.
No slideshow today, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer.
I didn't realize I hadn't sent them.
That's fine. I was just saying.
They were
no
done.
slideshow.
I
There's
just
usually
didn't realize I didn't send them.
I always try to send in.
Probably something dog related that distracted me.
How is your wood?
Yeah, tell us about your wood.
Wood is doing great. Woods is doing great.
Spry?
Oh, very spry. Very, very, very
He
spry.
ain't low T wood, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man, speaking of, we didn't talk about that story.
Speaking of wood.
Yeah, I'll just tell you the update off the air. Nick,
Cool.
About this
Can't wait.
story. All right.
All right, we start in the NBA. The Pistons are 3.5 points at the Magic. For those of us who aren't paying attention, who's leading this series?
Magic, and they're the 8th seed. Reminder.
Oh, that's right. This is the Pistons, the 1 seed in the East.
They did what in their cup?
Yeah.
Give me Orlando. The wrong team is favored.
I agree.
Magic are going to win the series.
Vroom, vroom. I'll stay with the Pistons.
Okay.
The Lakers are plus 3.5 at the Rockets. Rockets trying to even the series at 3 games apiece. I'm going with Rockets.
That was a really good sound effect.
That was.
I'm not going to lie.
I was worried that you were going to go Columbia on it, so I'm glad you kept mature.
I will.
Oh, no!
It exploded.
Big Bird could have been on. I said Columbia. I meant Challenger. Either way.
Wow. Did the Columbia didn't explode, did it?
That one came apart on re-entry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Came apart.
Call this thing Apollo 1. Yeah, Lakers. Lake show.
Jeez.
What?
That one was horrifying.
You said the Challenger teacher died.
Yeah.
That's okay, but I can't do Apollo 1.
I mean, that was an explosion. The Apollo 1, they burned it. They were alive.
What do you think happens when it...
You guys.
What?
Nick, pick a game.
Lakers.
Hell yeah, Nick. Good take.
Sixers plus 7.5 at the Celtics.
Sixers plus 7.
Wow, triggered.
It's called brain rot, John. Give me the
Yeah,
Celtics.
it is brain rot. Who?
Celtics.
I'm going to go reverse jinx here. Give me Boston. I really do think that, they got to make a lot of their threes at some point in time. That said, Jason Tatum's hurt. Let's see if he plays. Man, it'd be so
Celtics.
funny if they lost. God, I hope they lose. Oh, I would laugh so hard.
Who scores the most points in the game?
Jaylen Brown has the highest over-under. No, wait. Joel Embiid does. 26.5.
Where is this, by the way?
I clicked it. If you scroll down to player points.
There's a lot of things on it.
I know.
Jeez, unbelievable.
You used to love this website. Now you don't. I'm going to go with Tyrese Maxey.
Ooh, Tyrese Maxey.
Nick, what's your favorite Tyrese Maxey fact?
I like that he is tall, but not too tall, you know? He's just the right amount of tall.
I'm going to go Jaylen Brown.
Peyton Pritchard, because that's a fun alliteration.
You know what? 6'2" is tall, but not too tall.
Exactly.
So
See? It's a fact.
I will.
Just the right amount of tall.
In the NHL, we have the Lightning versus the Canadiens. Wait a minute. That can't be right, can it?
It is. Why can't it be right?
I thought Canada was eliminated.
Not Montreal.
We had the question about all the Canadian teams were out. The Canadians are still around.
Yeah, I don't know what. We had a question about the Canadian
It
team
was in
being-
the content.
It was one team. It was no, that's a question coming up probably in our next segment.
Mm.
The Oilers are eliminated.
The Oilers were out, and Ottawa got
but
eliminated.
not Montreal.
Yeah, Montreal
this
is
your
still
team.
alive.
Some diehard you are. I thought you went home and watched them every night and said, "Hit the puck, hit the puck."
I'm going to take my Canadiens.
Yeah, I am too. Screw Tampa Bay.
I'll take the Lightning.
I hate Tampa Bay. I never watch hockey, but God, I don't like them. Stop winning. You're from the South. You're from Florida.
Also, the name of the city isn't Tampa Bay.
That's a good point. It's Tampa. Why don't they just call them the Tampa Lightning?
Exactly.
The Buffalo Sabres are trying to close out the Boston Bruins in Game 6, but it's at Boston.
Give me a Buffalo.
I'll do the Bruins. It's going to be in Boston. I bet those fans are going to be too belligerent.
You going Buffalo?
I'm going Buffalo.
And Nick's going with the Bruins?
Yeah.
I'll go with the Bruins.
Okay. Wow, Juan Claude, what a comment.
Is this the Calvin F. Kugler game of the week? The UFL Gamblers at the Aviators?
I don't remember which game he's doing this weekend, but we wish him a good call.
It's insane that we're at a place in society that we have a team called the Gamblers.
Now, in fairness, this is not like a person who is hitting, a button on, with a wheel of cheese that's spinning around. I got the 3 cheeses and I won $2. Gamblers.
You're gambling on them, huh?
Yeah.
I like airplanes. Give me the Aviators.
I'll take the Aviators.
I never saw that movie.
The Renegades are plus 2.5 at the Defenders.
Song's overrated. Give me the Defenders. Suck on that, Pittsburgh.
I'll take the Defenders.
I like the song.
I do like the song too.
Finally found me.
Big battle in the NL Central, the greatest division of all time.
I heard it was
since the NFC West.
I thought that the AL Central was the best division this year. Just kidding, John. I'm not an idiot.
The Reds at the Pirates pick the series.
The Reds lost to the Rockies 13-2 the other day.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go Pirates sweep.
I'll go Pirates 2-1. Thank you for that fact, Nick. That was good.
I'm going to take the Reds 2-1.
By the way, Sonny says, actually, Josh, the Gamblers have a roulette wheel on their sleeve. Check it out. Okay, now that is hilarious. I didn't realize that.
What a time to be alive.
Dodgers are at the Cardinals. Pick the series.
Dodgers.
Dodgers 2-1.
3-0.
I'll do Dodgers 2-1.
And it's the Josh's bipersonality disorder is going to be real bad this weekend because his beloved Kansas City Royals are at his beloved Seattle Mariners.
If NASCAR is the main event, this is the mid event.
No, this is a big series.
No, this is the dark match that happens when the building is still empty.
First month of the season, it's always too early to tell. To throw out the first month of the season. That's what they always say about baseball. Don't pay attention until game 60, I think is what they actually say. I'm going to go with my Mariners to defeat my Royals 2-1.
Nice. Mariners sweep.
By the way, we only get a point if we get both the series winner and in the number.
No, you only get it if you get it right.
Exactly right. You have to get it exactly
right.
Wow, I don't know if I like that.
It's because you're losing.
Yeah.
That's why we ask you to pick the series. I'll take the Mariners 2-1.
Okay.
The greatest, and I do mean the greatest, soccer on the whole wide world is played where?
There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be. And
La Liga!
La Liga! That's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga!
This week, Cary Elwes, you remember him from the Robin Hood movie,
Never saw it.
takes on athletic Rocky Balboa.
No, this is Bilbo.
Athletic.
Back in.
It's Athletic Bilbo.
Shire.
Which you don't really need because he went from the Shire to Smaug's lair.
What the hell? Just pick the damn thing.
I was scrolling through movies on HBO Max this weekend and I saw Fellowship of the Ring and I was like, man,
Oh,
I picked that for movie club.
hell yeah,
I'm going to
Josh.
go with Bilbo Baggins, John.
I'm also going with Bilbo Baggins.
I'm going to go with a tie.
Remember Sting?
Nice.
The sword, not the singer.
It was blue.
The fight of the week in MMA.
Ah.
You're going to love this dude's name.
Why would you put this on here, not Formula One?
Excellent question, Nick.
I didn't realize Formula One was racing.
Can we put Formula One on here?
It's too late now.
Who finishes third?
The one dude's name is Thickness
Down with the thickness.
Ooh,
versus V. Morales.
Well, we're back in the normal thing. I'm not picking against myself. I abstain, as always.
I'm getting thick with it.
You getting down with the thickness? I'll also get down with the
I thought you were going to
thickness.
say I also abstain. That would have been pretty funny.
This is a different line this week. So Nebraska softball is playing 3 games at Penn State.
Okay.
We're asking you for the series run differential. Nebraska minus 15.5.
But if they
So in
10
other
run
words-
rule them twice,
By the way, I when I set this line, I looked back at some of their previous Big Ten series, and they have been averaging about
this
18, 19.
I'm going over.
I'll take.
Give me Nebraska
So
to
you're going
cover.
to take Nebraska to cover?
Yep, I'll go OVs.
Doug in Idaho writes, Formula One is not a sport. Nick, your thoughts?
Potatoes aren't a vegetable. I don't know what to tell you.
Nice. Tomatoes should be a vegetable.
No, they're a fruit.
I know. They should be a vegetable.
I'll take Nebraska.
I disagree with science.
Speaking of Nebraska.
Oh, interesting. What else do you disagree with science on, Josh?
Not a whole lot.
Pick the series, Nebraska at Ohio State. Nebraska 2-1, just like last week.
Same.
Get out the broom, baby. Skurs.
Wow, Ohio State sweeps?
No, you stop it. Nebraska sweeps them.
The Kentucky Derby.
How is this not the last thing we're picking? This is the only thing that matters.
That and the Miami Grand Prix.
Who did Matt like earlier?
I have no idea. I have posted the live odds if you want to.
Yeah, I'm looking at him.
He was talking to me directly, and I didn't retain any of it.
Sounds like when you talk to me directly.
What?
Who is the favorite right now? Is
Renegade, yeah.
Is it Renegade?
And then
5-1.
Albus, don't call me Dumbledore.
Renegade 5-1. So Happy is 6-1, and then further, Don't Call Me Freddie Ado and Commandment are both 7-1.
I think Commandment has Jesus on his side, so I'm going to go with Commandment.
No, we don't know if it's one of God's commandments. It could be one of Satan's commandments.
Are we sure that that's Jesus, or is it a doctor, John?
I'm going to go. It could be a doctor.
Could be a doctor.
Renegade, and let's see. What's my favorite name on here?
Dang it, McMaster must be taking a nap. He's not responding to my text.
Let's go with Potente.
Potato?
Potente.
I'm going to go with Chief Wallaby to win. I'm going to go Further Ado to finish second. And I'm going to go with a bit of a long shot to finish third. I'll go with Albus.
Dumbledore.
What is it? What is Albus?
Albus. A-L-B-U-S.
Albus. All right, Nick.
I'll go Renegade for the win. Placing, I'm going to put 6-speed on there because they're more fun to drive anyway. You can't not have a good time driving a 6-speed horse. And Dannon Bourbon because it's a funny combination of words.
Dannon. Nebraska's already down 1-0 going into the third.
Woof.
And it is time for the main event.
This is garbage.
Ding, ding. I'm boycotting main event this week.
Good take, Nick. Thank you.
Why?
Because the Derby.
The Derby feels like the main event of the weekend.
It is
It
the
only
main
lasts
event.
2 minutes. This race is 400
So do I.
miles.
It doesn't mean I don't matter.
I don't know about that. It's the Worth 400 at Texas.
Yeehaw.
Pick 3. By the way, last week, so when we did this last week,
Yeah.
we picked the 3 drivers and it was cumulative finish.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Very poorly for all of us because there was a
really?
massive wreck that took out most of the contenders.
Oh, no.
Incredible.
And Josh basically won by like 1 place.
Let's go.
But we all had drivers that finished like near the end, near the back of the field.
That's awesome.
That's
It was
incredible.
really
So
bad.
what are we doing? Picking 3?
Yeah, it's just back to normal. Pick 3. Hopefully you find the winner. I'm going to go with Reddick. You know, Bell hasn't won a race yet this year. And I'll go back to Ty Gibbs. I'm not going to come off of any of the Toyotas because they've won every race this year except like 1.
How does that make you feel?
Awful.
I'm going to go with the B's. Give me Bell. Give me Blaney. Give me Byron. Give me Fool. Give me...
Ooh, who sings it? I don't know. Metallica. Give me Denhams.
Denhams.
Willie B. And
Nick wants dim hams.
Carson Hovercar.
Hovercar.
That was last week's winner, Hocevar.
What is this? Star Wars?
And there you go. There's predictions.
Predictions.
Jordan says, I thought it was pronounced Darby. Yeah, it's the Kentucky Derby.
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 Coming up, Warren Buffett is speaking. There's the NBA. There's the NHL. There's stuff. Oh, and Russell Wilson.
Uh-oh.
Let's
Oh,
ride.
Nick made a graphic. All right, I'll put that on the break during the break.
1620 the zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hey, what do we got?
Warren Buffett.
He's doing his big whoop-de-doo this weekend.
Yeah, he is doing his big whoop-de-doo this weekend.
Nice.
Yeah.
You going?
I think Nick's going to go. I got the marathon this weekend, or I would. I think Nick's going to go, though.
I'm celebrating a friend's birthday.
Why don't you just run like laps around
that's a good
the
idea.
deal, just get it to 26
Why
and a half
don't I
miles.
just do that?
There you go.
He has spoken out on sports betting. On an interview with Ben Horney of CNBC.
Nick bonk, bonk, Nick bonk, bonk, bonk.
I intentionally put that in there on purpose.
Good job, John.
It could have just been of CNBC. No, his name is Ben Horney.
Nice.
Congrats, honestly.
Ben Horney? No, not recently.
Ben Horney? Usually. Buffett called sports gambling, quote, a tax on stupidity. He added, to the extent that states raise money from people who the dollar really means something to them, it actually relieves the taxes on me or other rich people, Buffett said. It's not direct, but it's the net effect. Is he right?
I mean, who am I to argue with the Oracle of Omaha who knows all about money and how it works? It is true now that most states in the union have gambling, legalized gambling on sports. There are a lot of folks who have added to the tax coffers of a lot of states because they have bet. Now, I would say tax on stupidity, that's a value judgment. I mean, if you're doing it responsibly, it's something that is fun. It's part of the game. It's no different than buying a soda or buying a water at a game, right? I mean, you're just.
I was going to say, it's like if you spend money to go to a movie, some would say that's a tax on stupidity. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Others say it's how I enjoy my 2 hours of my day.
Yeah.
Watching a game with some bucks on it is that form of entertainment, and you also could come away with a few more.
Sure.
Like you said, John.
It's when you let it get out of control and it starts to ruin
Correct.
things that, yeah.
Correct. I agree with John. Nick.
Like
Correct.
drugs.
Like drugs. Do them responsibly, says John. If you're going to do meth, do it responsibly, says John.
Has there ever been a responsible meth taker?
Great question. Definitely not Mr. H.
Yeah.
Irresponsible.
The Knicks trailed early in the first quarter last night by a score of 9-5.
What a way to make a living.
Nice. He did a Dolly Parton. They proceeded to go on a 67-13 run and led 72-22. Is a 67-13 run the most preposterous thing you've ever heard of the NBA?
I think it has to be. I was watching this game while I ate my dinner, and I had the game on, and it was like 40-something to like 16, which, admittedly, you don't want to be down by 30 at home in a closeout game.
It's a tough look.
I've seen it before. I go into my bedroom. I do laundry. At one point in the middle of it, I was like, oh, I should have turned the game on while I folded, but I had forgotten. So I do that. I come out. I'm in my room maybe 10 minutes. Get all the stuff folded, get it all put away, hung up, everything. And I see the score of 72-22. And the shock that I had at a basketball score being that in the second quarter, I've never seen anything like it. I couldn't believe in the second half that there were still thousands of Hawks fans in the building. Though I guess you're watching history, so maybe you want to stay and see how bad it's going to get.
You want to talk about a tax on stupidity, buying tickets to that game.
They
obviously
trailed at 60-something points.
Now,
it was unreal.
Is it more fun to step out of the room and step back into the room and see that score, or would it be more fun to watch it happen?
I was disappointed that I missed, like, how did it go from 40-something to 16 to 77-22? I was bummed that I missed out on that. Because they were on it, obviously a hellacious run. I think in the third quarter, when I tuned in, it was like 30-7 is how they were outscoring them.
Incredible.
Ridiculous.
Wild. Speaking of the NBA, for some reason.
For a great reason. It gets the playoffs.
The Nuggets were eliminated by the Timberwolves last night. Minnesota was down 4 of their best players and took the Nuggets out as Denver's window closed.
As long as they have Jokic, no, it hasn't closed.
I think it has. I think that they're toast. He had like his best statistical regular season yet, and they were eliminated by a team of bums in the first round of the playoffs. I think they are toast.
Anymore?
Yes, I just did.
Although the Edmonton Oilers, Miami Dolphins #1.
No.
Made 2 consecutive trips to the Stanley Cup final, star center Connor McDavid admitted this season's roster was just, quote, an average team after being eliminated in the opening round by the Anaheim Ducks. Does old Connor need to ask out in Edmonton?
I think he should demand a trade to Detroit. I think he should go play for the
Excuse me,
the Red Wings.
I'd like to play for the Red Wings, please.
I think, oh, sorry, I don't want to play in Edmonton anymore, eh? I don't even like oil. I'm an electric car man, eh?
You got a little Bob Dylan there in the middle.
Wee! I would like to get on a plane and go wee to Denver.
How does it feel?
It does kind of feel like if McDavid wants to win a title, he's going to have to find it somewhere else.
What about
I mean, but they did lose in back-to-back Stanley Cup finals, so they've been close.
Congrats, you're the Dallas Cowboys of hockey. By the way, if you want
to,
no,
the Dallas Cowboys haven't made a championship.
If you want to drive from Edmonton to Detroit, it would take 3 days and 9 hours.
Good Lord!
Wow. What? Yeah.
No.
Look how far.
I forget how big Canada.
I guess I don't know why you don't just come through America, but they have to go all the way around.
Oh.
Yeah. That'd be weird. Why don't you just?
Are you sure that's not like a train?
Okay.
I think you have a train.
Well, okay, driving not available, so you have to.
What do you mean? That's ridiculous.
They don't have roads up there yet, John.
No.
Let's see. Let me try to go to Minneapolis. Let's see if you can drive to Minneapolis. Okay, so it's 18 hours, 3 days.
I was going to say 3 days. I mean,
Sorry.
you're not driving to South America.
We only go to full-size Appalachia.
And then Detroit, getting there is another 10 hours. So it's a little over a day. Okay, that's not so bad. He could drive there. Let's go. McDavid to the Red Wings, baby.
With the elimination of the Oilers and the Ottawa Senators, Canada
that you can ask that question.
No, I want to ask it.
Well, no, that's why you resent it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I was confused.
According to the, I didn't see the resend. I'm sorry. According to the Athletics' Andrew Marchand, Russell Wilson has entered talks with television networks to join their NFL coverage with CBS, perhaps being in the lead spot to land him. Do you see Russell Wilson having a successful TV career?
I mean, this was a guy that people were annoyed hearing from as a player. Why are they going to like him as an analyst? I mean, he's a good communicator. He's just a dork, a real big dork.
Sure.
I will leave the door open to the possibility that this could be the anti-Favre. Everyone thought when Favre retired, oh man, he's going to be great in the booth. He's got such great personality, this, that, and the other.
He's going to give money to the booth.
And he never, and that never happened.
Yeah,
of course,
definitely.
he never really tried it. He never really tried it, but it never happened. So I will leave the door open to possibility that it could work, but based on especially the late stage Russell Wilson, I got to think that people are going to go, why am I listening to this guy?
Yeah, when Romo left, I remember people being like, that guy, he never says anything. And he did have a personality. He does have a personality. Now, his personality is really annoying, but at least he has one. Russell Wilson's personality is also really annoying. His whole career has been based off of not saying anything that would ever get him in trouble.
Mm-hmm. And you got to have takes.
You have to have opinions. I do not want to watch a show that he is on. No, thank you. So I think he would be terrible.
Another college quarterback is in trouble. Minnesota's Drake Lindsay was caught in Arkansas with a fake ID and underage possession of alcohol. Can you believe what the kids are doing these days?
I think it is time to get rid of him, ban him from the sport, and maybe rescind wins. Oh, interesting. He beat Nebraska last year. Nebraska, and now an 8-5 team in 2025.
It's amazing that the kids still try to get away with the fake ID thing.
It's amazing that a college football player can get caught with something like this.
Yeah.
That's wild.
By the way, the name of the bar where it happened, because he was down in Arkansas, the name of the bar is Yeehog.
Oh, my gosh. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
See you at the hog.
At the hog.
Nice job, Nick.
Finally, the Kentucky Derby or Derby is finally here tomorrow. What's on the menu for the event that lasts 8 patinos?
You gonna do the thing like Matt did? You gonna have some bourbon? You gonna have mint julep?
I mean, the damn race is only 2 minutes long.
You're gonna have a chip. You could eat one chip.
Actually, I believe
Could eat one hot dog.
I'm going out tomorrow because today is my 27th wedding anniversary.
Whoa!
You and Happer.
Yeah, May Day.
Wow. Where are you going?
I believe the place where we had our first date
I know that
That's
place.
adorable.
I had a first date
A
there one
fart
time.
date?
at Vincenzo's.
Yep, remember?
Oh, I thought it was gonna be Taco
Oh,
John's.
that's right. Yeah.
You're going tomorrow, not tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
Happy anniversary, dear. Love you.
Uh-huh.
27 years.
27. So about this time, 27 years ago, I think we may have already gotten to the reception, or we were getting our pictures taken on the field at Memorial Stadium.
Whoa.
It was just me, the best man, my wife,
GBR.
her maid of honor. We were able to get on the field because back then they just left the stadium open.
Was that
So we were down on the field for a little bit taking pictures.
Is that your Iowa friend? Is that the guy that you do your little race car trip?
My good buddy Chad.
Wow,
race
that
car
is
trip.
so cool.
That is cool.
And then they saran wrapped my entire vehicle.
That is not cool, actually. I would hate that.
And I think that was Kugler's fault for that. by the way.
John, as a man who's been married for 27 years and me who's been married for 5 days.
27 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you have any good advice for me? You don't have to give it to him.
Yeah, because his first bit of advice
Just
failed.
know how to pronounce the words "I'm sorry."
Okay.
Classic Nick making mistakes.
I do that a lot.
Yeah. Wow. 27 years.
It's crazy.
I'm happy for you, John.
I said it
Jinx.
first.
Jinx.
I thought it first.
Jinx, no cokes.
Yeah.
What's for dinner?
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Probably don't have time.
Yeah, we don't have time for the open. We can
don't
just
have time for
share.
the open. I have no idea what's for dinner.
Nice.
Same.
The meatloaf was very good, though.
Last night, Paige did fried chicken thighs and baked potatoes. They were incredible.
Let's go, Nick.
Tonight, I want wings. I sent her a text that said, "Oh no,
Tommy
I want
went
wings."
wingy.
Where are you going?
Probably Timber Creek.
Nice.
I like Timber Creek.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Yeah, that lady? Yeah, I saw.
No.
The cannons.
Dairy Queen has added, you know how you can dip the cone?
What is this? Yes.
They have added cinnamon toast crunch dip.
Intrigued.
Huh.
Would try.
That sounds
too.
amazing.
Yes, way better than whatever slop we talked about yesterday.
Well,
with
that
Ron.
was the Runza flavored ice
The
cream.
Runza ice cream. I
Yeah.
wonder, did we know anybody who got to try any of that? I don't know anybody.
Oh, yeah, that was today,
That
right?
was just today,
Oh,
yeah.
man. I wonder if Jack did it. Jack loves doing wacky Lincoln things.
I'm Wacky Lincoln
I'm
Jack.
Mr. Lincoln, Jack Mitchell. That's what they call him.
You made Jack sound a
cinnamon
little
toast
Huxtable.
crunch cone sounds really good.
Yeah, let's try that, I think, on the show.
I agree.
Well,
Wow.
Yeah, but you got to get it here before it melts.
I just got a text from a listener named Matt who says John's marriage is older than one of the Zone hosts. That's brazy.
That is brazy.
That is true.
Yep, indeed.
That is true. Incredible.
Mm.
Have a great weekend, y'all.
I hope you have a great weekend, John.
I hope you have a great weekend, Josh.
I hope
Nick.
you guys have a great weekend.
Wow, thank you, John.
Oh, that was just a circle weekend.
What a positive way to end the week.
I hope that they let the traffic through and you have to stop and wait for the cars at the Lincoln Marathon.
Hope that
We're
I
gonna
don't.
change it. We're gonna change it this year.
I
The
don't like
cars
that
get the right
rule.
of way.